Chapter 1150. After Fei Lingy heard that, he revealed a faint smile. He feared that the heavenly cauldron pavilion would fall out with him and expel him. In that case, he really had no choice. Others might not know, but he knew that the heavenly cauldron pavilion had several Emperor Wu overseeing it. Fortunately, Xiao Chen still had a sovereign martial emperor ancestor alive. Otherwise, after saying such words, he would have been chased out immediately. As for the other Emperor Wu present, he believed that with his influence he would be able to intimidate them. Several of the blue-robed emperors present could take out 30 million black astral coins. However, after thinking about it, they felt that there was no need to compete with Fei Lingy. Firstly, Xiao Chen thought that he might not be able to defeat Fei Lingy. Instead, he might end up offending a half-step Emperor Wu. Secondly, they did not have an urgent need for the heptagold origin. In order to refine a divine armament into a transcendent divine armament, the heptagold origin was only one of the ingredients. There were many other supplementary materials as well. Since that was the case, he might as well do Xiao Chen a favor. As Fei Lingy expected, no one competed with him. He successfully obtained the heptagold origin for 30 million black astral coins. After putting away the heptagold origin, Fei Lingy was in a good mood. He performed a cupped fist salute and said with a smile, "Many thanks to everyone. Now that the auction has ended, if everyone is willing to do me the honor, you can come to my Jadeite Mountain Manor and watch the ceremony together. Let's witness the birth of a new, transcendent, divine weapon, the heavenly cloud Jadeite sword." Amidst loud laughter, Fei Lingy walked out complacently. The group of blue-robed emperors in the private rooms in the hall quickly rushed out to follow. Such a grand event was rare. Everyone wanted to see for themselves whether Fei Lingy would succeed or not. Even Jiang Feng and Xia Luo temporarily forgot their hatred for Xiao Chen. This sudden matter disrupted their plans. After muttering to himself for a moment, he left the private room and rushed toward the Jadeite Mountain Manor. There were only 10 transcendent divine weapons in the world. Each transcendent divine weapon was extremely mighty, comparable to a primordial emperor treasure. If Xiao Chen succeeded in breaking through, it would be a major event that would shock the entire Black Sea, spreading throughout the entire Kunlun realm. It could even change the power structure of the entire Black Sea, triggering a new round of super reshuffling. In the private room, Xiao Chen was not in a hurry to leave. He was sorting out his gains from the auction. In this auction, in addition to the flowing shadow gloves and the source returning pill, he had also won 100 high-grade demon fiend stones. Ordinary demon fiend rocks were very effective for tempering saber intent and sword intent. However, tempering the saber soul required medial grade and superior grade demon fiend rocks. If there was a top-grade demon fiend stone, that would be the best. Unfortunately, a treasure that could even tempt Emperor Wu would not appear in this blue-robed emperor-level auction. The entire auction cost more than 20 million black astral coins. If not for Jiang Feng's interference, the price would have been halved. This debt Xiao Chen secretly remembered in his heart. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely get it back with interest. Xiao Chen walked out of the auction house unhurriedly. At the entrance, he saw Yu Bingyin, who had been waiting for him for a long time. "Haha, everyone else is already gone, but you are not anxious at all. Why are you not interested in this ceremony at all?" Yu Bingyin smiled gently. Her otherworldly aura, coupled with her smile, deterred others from looking at her directly. As Xiao Chen looked at Yu Bingyin, he smiled meaningfully. "The one who should be anxious should be you, not me. Once the startling wind zither of the Lunar Palace falls out of the divine weapon ranking, you will not be able to bear the loss. If Yu Bingyin messed up such a mission, her position as the Holy Daughter would definitely be questioned in the Lunar Palace." Xiao Chen did not believe that she did not have any competitors in the Lunar Palace and would not feel any pressure. "It looks like you have more or less guessed the ins and outs of the matter." Yu Bingyun walked forward with a calm expression. She said calmly, however, with the heavenly source pill that you gave me, I will definitely be able to cultivate my longevity art to the 12th layer. The position of the holy daughter will not be threatened, so I will not be anxious at all. Yu Bingyun's calm expression prevented Xiao Qin from figuring out her true thoughts. The two chatted as they walked. However, their speed was not slow at all. When the first rays of the morning sun shone out, the final traces of darkness before dawn vanished, and the entire sky started to brighten. However, dark clouds covered the Black Sea all year round. There was no way to see the glorious scene of the sun rising. This was very regrettable. The Jadeite Mountain Manor was situated in Blackwater City, between mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers gave off a feeling that the mountains were not mountains and the water was not water. As one walked along the crisscrossing paths and looked at the mountains, rivers, trees, and clouds flying across the lake, it felt like one was strolling in a painting, an extremely wondrous feeling. According to rumor, the Jadeite sovereign personally laid out the layout of the Jadeite Mountain Manor. There was an exquisite formation hidden in the Jadeite Mountain Manor that merged the surrounding geomancy of the entire Mountain Manor. If the formation was activated, even a sovereign martial emperor would find it hard to break. The reputation of the Jadeite Mountain Manor was a rather famous place in the entire Blackwater City. There was an endless stream of visitors all year round. As Xiao Qin walked around and looked at the mountains and rivers, he felt very moved. He felt that the Jadeite sovereign had put a lot of thought into every part of the layout. He could not casually change or damage them, otherwise it would result in a huge change. This Jadeite sovereign was truly incredible. His attainments in geomancy were probably unrivaled in the world. When Xiao Qin felt the harmony between the mountain manor and nature, he suddenly understood why the sovereign martial emperor did not care about worldly power. He did not fight for fame and profit to develop the Jadeite Mountain Manor. Instead, he chose to wander around and be a hands-off manager. He did not take special care of his descendants at all. In the Black Sea, where competition was the law of the jungle, such a sovereign martial emperor could be considered a marvel. As the Jadeite Mountain Manor approached, Xiao Qin could not help saying, "The Jadeite sovereign is definitely not weak. Given his mental state, it is entirely possible for him to advance to prime." Yu Bingyun looked at the beautiful gates of the Mountain Manor. There were many people inside. Who knew how many blue-robed emperors worked hard to manage them? After a while, she walked forward and said indifferently, "That is natural." If the Jadeite sovereign did not have any deterrence, even if Fei Lingyi were 10 times more courageous, he would not dare to advance his divine weapon into a transcendent divine weapon. However, in the end, he is just a brute. He does not know what he is doing. If he succeeds, even if the Jadeite sovereign rushes back, he will not be able to save his life. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. An ordinary man's wealth was his ruin. Even if the Lunar Palace did not seek trouble for Xiao Qin, the other factions of the Black Sea would make a move immediately to snatch this transcendent divine weapon. At that time, there would be a storm of blood. As a half-step Emperor Wu, he would not be able to handle the situation. "Are the two of you entering the manor to participate in the ceremony?" When the Mountain Manor's guard in jade-green robes saw Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun, he walked over politely and performed a cupped fist salute. Xiao Qin nodded and said, "Manor Lord Fei invited us to the ceremony in the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. I had some matters to attend to, so I came late." That person smiled humbly and said, "The two of you are indeed late. The ceremony should have started already. Let me bring the two of you to the viewing platform." Not only did the green-robed cultivator not show any intention of stopping Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun, but he even openly brought the two to the viewing platform. His service was extremely attentive. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and thanked the green-robed cultivator. However, he wondered in his heart, what exactly is this Fei Lingyi up to? Clearly, this group of cultivators had been informed in advance. They were not surprised that the blue-robed emperor was here to observe the ceremony. However, the blue-robed emperor had brought forward the matter of the 15th of the next month. Based on the details, one could tell that Fei Lingyi had put in a lot of effort for the sake of breaking the heavenly cloud jadeite sword into a transcendent divine weapon. One of his goals was to blow up this matter as much as possible to make everyone know about it and shake up the place. From the moment Xiao Chen received the invitation when he entered the Black Sea, it was clear that Fei Lingyi had made preparations long ago for the sake of making things more lively. If it were a regular occasion, there would be no problem with doing so. However, breaking through from a divine weapon to a transcendent divine weapon was a major matter. Many people would be watching. If news leaked out, it might end up failing on the verge of success. That was how Yu Bingyan had gotten involved. Any ordinary person would understand such a simple principle. Yu Bingyan said that this person was arrogant, thinking that he would definitely succeed. Hence, he was not afraid of inviting more people. Xiao Qin acknowledged the former. This Fei Lingyi was extraordinarily arrogant. However, Xiao Qin did not agree with the latter. Xiao Qin had a guess. This Fei Lingyi's main goal was not to succeed in breaking through to a transcendent divine weapon, but to blow up the matter. It would be best if it caused a bloody storm. However, Xiao Chen was not very confident of this guess. Logically speaking, doing so would not benefit Fei Lingyi at all. We've arrived. The Jadeite Mountain Manor's cultivator led the two to their seats in the viewing platform. Then he bowed and took his leave. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and returned the bow politely. Then he sat down together with Yu Bingyan. Thousands of people filled the viewing platform. Nearly all the blue-robed emperors of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion had rushed over. There were even some blue-robed emperors who had not gone to the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. It was unknown where they got the news and rushed over. A few thousand meters away from the observation platform was a spacious open space, on which a magnificent formation was constructed using various godly materials. The formation patterns flickered endlessly with a multicolored light. The aura of divine materials spread out in the air, attracting everyone's attention and making them sigh in amazement. This Fei Lingyi is serious. The entire viewing platform is covered in black patterned gold. There must be at least 500 tons of it. This is the most basic. Look at the veins of the formation patterns. They are all sorts of precious divine materials. There are at least 100 of them. He is practically using all the capital that the Jadeite sovereign left for him. If he does not succeed, he will have suffered a great loss. There was an altar at the center of the formation. A scarlet sword was stabbed into the blazing flames. A sparkling jadeite was embedded in the sword hilt. Even the dense flames could not hide the light of the jadeite, which occasionally gave off a few beams of light. This was a dazzling light, comparable to the noon sun, deterring people from looking at it directly. This was a jadeite that the jadeite sovereign obtained after refining a planet in the depths of the starry heavens. It contained boundless energy. Rumor had it that there was only one in the world and was exceptionally precious. Even Emperor Wu was tempted by it. Chapter 1151. Xiao Chen's gaze pierced through the flames. However, what he paid more attention to was the scarlet sword that gave off a lot of light. The sword gave off a steady scarlet light, like it was alive. The flickering light seemed like blood flowing in the arteries, making one think that this sword was not an inanimate object, but a living being. Xiao Chen could not help but think of the previous owner of this sword, the Blood Sword Sovereign, a legendary martial emperor who was even more dazzling than the Thunder Fire Sovereign in the Black Sea. The ceremony had already begun. Many sword refiners gathered around the formation. These sword refiners bared their upper bodies and had grave expressions. All of them had clumps of golden flames leaping about wildly in their hands. These were the weapon flames that these grandmaster swordsmiths spent their entire lives refining. They were extremely precious and were specially used to forge all sorts of spirit weapons. At Fei Lingyi's command, The various swordsmiths formed profound hand seals and sent their weapon flames into the nodes of the formation. In that instant, the five-colored formation, which used the black patterned gold as the foundation and various divine materials, quickly ignited. Crackling sounds rang out continuously. The toughness of the divine materials could only be ignited by a weapon flame. As the weapon flame crackled, several of the spectating blue-robed emperors' hearts thumped involuntarily. The light of the flames was very beautiful. However, they were not burning waste paper, but genuine divine materials, large amounts of black astral coins, equivalent to the wealth of an ordinary Emperor Wu. Even Shao Chen felt some heartache for this manor lord. Even he did not have the courage to watch these divine materials burn before him without changing his expression. As the flames burned, the divine materials turned into a crystalline liquid that flowed through the formation. Then they followed a predetermined path to the flame altar in the center. The Grand Master's swordsmiths all showed nervous expressions, not daring to be careless as they controlled the weapon flame. Boom! When all the divine materials poured into the altar, the flame on the altar suddenly soared. A pillar of fire soared into the clouds, instantly piercing through the dark clouds that lingered in the sky. The flames burned so brightly that even the dark clouds began to burn. A large area of sunlight was no longer blocked by the clouds, and it poured down unstintingly. In the dark Blackwater City, the sunlight in the Jadeite Mountain Manor was as eye-catching as holy light. It attracted the attention of the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the city. It was no exaggeration to say that hundreds of millions of people were watching. The blue-robed emperor of the Black Sea, who hadn't seen sunlight for a long time, looked at the sky greedily. He squinted his eyes and looked at the eternal sun outside the barrier of the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz! A moment later, a divine might spread out from the altar, and the celestial cloud Jadeite sword began to tremble slightly. Everyone quickly retracted their gazes and focused on the altar. Their expressions were rather nervous, and they did not even dare to breathe too loudly. At this time, Shaochen only focused his attention on two people. One was Yu Bingyin, who remained calm and unperturbed. At this moment, he could not help showing some nervousness on his face as he stared at the heptagold origin in Fei Lingyi's hand. There was nothing surprising about this. This was Yu Bingyun's true emotions. If she was not nervous at all at this moment, it would be truly strange. This was truly strange. Shao Chen even suspected that this woman was not from the Lunar Palace. However, Fei Lingyi's gaze surprised him. Although Fei Lingyi's gaze was fixed on the altar, Shao Chen clearly discovered that Fei Lingyi's true gaze was wandering around the place. He seemed to be searching for something somewhat anxiously. However, Fei Lingyi's gaze surprised Shao Chen. After searching for a long time, Fei Lingyi did not find anything. He revealed a clear expression of disappointment. This greatly shocked Shao Chen. He wondered if he saw wrong. Fei Lingyi had not even reached the final step, so why was he disappointed? However, this disappointed expression only appeared for an instant before vanishing. Shao Chen could no longer find it. Fei Lingyi laughed self-mockingly in his heart. Then his lips moved, and he tossed the heptagold origin in his hand at the altar without hesitation. Fei Lingyi's actions seemed to contain some resentment, filled with rage. If he had not carefully suppressed it, given his half-step Emperor Wu's cultivation, this aura would have been extremely terrifying. After seeing Fei Lingyi toss out the heptagold origin, Yu Bingyun's expression relaxed completely compared to the extremely anxious blue-robed emperor. Shao Chen frowned heavily. He guessed something in his heart. He figured out what Fei Lingyi's lips were mumbling to himself. The lip language was, "After 15 years of preparation, I pierced through the sky. However, I still do not receive your gaze. In that case, let a bloody storm descend on the entire Black Sea." However, everyone's gazes were attracted by the heptagold origin in Fei Lingyi's hand. No one noticed this lip language at all. Only Xiao Chen happened to notice it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The heptagold origin spun as it flew to the altar. Whether the heavenly cloud jadeite sword could successfully advance into a transcendent divine weapon and kick up a bloody storm would be revealed in a few breaths. The gazes of the more than 1,000 blue-robed emperors all focused on the heptagold origin shining with light. In the eyes of these blue-robed emperors, the speed at which the heptagold origin spun was very clear. All of them held their breaths, raising their heads in anticipation. However, Xiao Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. He glanced at Yu Bingyun beside him and saw the power of the world around her move rapidly, forming a strong, formless wind. A terrifying aura brewed continuously. Xiao Chen thought to himself, something is wrong. He quickly looked at the heptagold origin, but all he saw was a scarlet light bursting out of it. Before the more than 1,000 gazes, the heptagold origin that fell into the altar did not merge into the heavenly cloud jadeite sword as everyone expected. Instead, the instant the heptagold origin fell into the altar, it exploded, instantly destroying the altar. The shock waves spread throughout the refining formation, rumbling endlessly. The heavenly cloud jadeite sword stabbed into the altar trembled intensely, giving off a dazzling scarlet light. A horrifying divine might spread out from the sword. The scarlet light grew increasingly brighter, piercing and dazzling. The sword that absorbed hundreds of divine materials seemed to reach a critical point, no longer able to maintain its balance. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. At this moment, everyone knew that something was wrong with the heptagold origin. This heavenly cloud jadeite sword was going to explode. What kind of horrifying destructive power would the explosion of a divine weapon produce? Just thinking about the consequences made everyone tremble in fear, sending a chill down their backs. Quickly run. The divine weapon is going to explode. Amidst the bloody light, everyone panicked and retreated without hesitation. However, it was too late to retreat now. Nearly at the same time the heptagold origin landed on the altar, the heavenly cloud jadeite sword exploded. A scarlet shock wave containing divine might surged out in all directions. There was no time to prepare. The shock wave immediately knocked several blue-robed emperors into the air. Some of the weaker ones suffered severe injuries from the explosion. They vomited blood endlessly and their complexions paled. The blue-robed emperor could stir up the clouds with just a raise of his hand. However, before the scarlet light, he appeared incredibly weak. The instant the scarlet light surged over, Xiao Chen activated 3,000 heavenly laws in 1,000th of an instant. He drove the vast power of the world and formed a dense protective shield in front of him. Even though Xiao Chen's reaction was fast, his qi and blood still surged. After vomiting a mouthful of blood, he felt much better. When Xiao Chen looked around, there was no longer a single small perfection, blue-robed emperor standing. The great perfection, blue-robed emperor standing was in a sorry state, with many wounds on his body. Only the blue-robed emperors at the gates remained standing, suffering only minor injuries. Yu Bingyun calmly scattered the power of the world before her as she asked Xiao Chen, "Are you all right?" Xiao Chen smiled coldly when he saw Yu Bingyun, who appeared to be unscathed and looked even more relaxed than those consummation blue-robed emperors. Since Yu Bingyun was not injured at all, it was naturally not because she was stronger than those consummation blue-robed emperors. Instead, it was because she had anticipated this. She was the one who arranged for the tampered heptagold origin to be auctioned off, all for the sake of tricking Fei Lingyi. No wonder this woman was fearless from the start, not showing any nervousness at all. So that was the case. Now everything came to light. This woman was truly incredible. Her boldness was flabbergasting. Unexpectedly, she thought of such a decisive method, directly destroying a divine weapon. From start to end, when Xiao Chen thought about it carefully, he felt a lingering fear. After wiping away the blood from a corner of his lips, Xiao Qin said indifferently, "No wonder Miss Bingyin was so fearless. This Xiao really underestimated you. For you to be able to become the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, you are indeed extraordinary, admirable. Are you mocking me? I don't dare." Yu Bingyin smiled faintly and said calmly, "You are still too naive. Right now, the peak factions of the oceanic world are in a delicate balance. This Fei Lingyi simply does not know what the consequences will be if my lunar palace loses the startling phoenix zither. Several factions, much stronger than his jadeite mountain manor, do not dare to rashly refine a transcendent divine weapon. They are afraid of stirring up a commotion between the major factions, resulting in chaos. No one can bear such a consequence." When Xiao Qin heard this, he felt stunned. However, he quickly calmed down. Actually, he did not disagree with Yu Bingyun's actions. If he were in Yu Bingyun's shoes, he would have done the same. Different positions had different standpoints. In the end, Xiao Qin was angry at the other party for not telling him in advance. Xiao Qin looked at Fei Lingyi. He was the closest to the altar and had blocked most of the might of the divine weapon's explosion. Fei Lingyi lay on the ground, covered in blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The broken sword had melted into a blood cocoon above the altar, floating in the air. It was unknown what it contained. On top of the blood cocoon, there was a sparkling and translucent jadeite that emitted a deep blue light. This piece of divine jadeite, forged from a star, had a unique charm. Several of the great perfection blue-robed emperors were tempted, revealing greedy expressions in their eyes. Whoosh! 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 When 3 great perfection blue-robed emperors saw Fei Lingyi lying on the ground, they could not help flying into the air, wanting to grab this piece of divine jadeite. Scram! A shout rang out, and Fei Lingyi, who was on the ground, suddenly soared up. Then he threw 3 palm strikes. The mountains and rivers of the jadeite mountain manor seemed to move under the force of these 3 palm strikes, merging with the mountains and rivers. Chapter 1152. These 3 simple palm strikes materialized mountains and rivers, layered over each other and sending back the 3 great perfection blue-robed emperors. Fei Lingyi stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the jadeite. Then he released his aura. The strong accumulations of a half-step emperor Wu put pressure on everyone. "You are really bold. To think that you dare to target me in my jadeite mountain manor. Even if you obtain this jadeite, would you dare to use it?" Fei Lingyi snorted coldly. The 3 great perfection blue-robed emperors who landed immediately felt the pressure multiply. When the others heard this, they startled awake. This jadeite was refined by the jadeite sovereign. Unless one was a sovereign martial emperor, one could erase the jadeite sovereign's mark. Otherwise, if one was not a descendant of the jadeite sovereign's bloodline, one would not be able to use it. That would only bring disaster to oneself. After the 3 got up, they did not say anything more and quickly fled. Fei Lingyi ignored them. He swept his gaze through the many blue-robed emperors before fixing it on Yu Bingyin. He said indifferently, "The Lunar Palace's people are indeed better. You even managed to bribe the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's people. This Fei is convinced of my loss this time. Everyone, please disperse. I've let you all watch a joke." At this point, how could Fei Lingyi not figure out that the heptagold origin was a trap laid by the Lunar Palace and the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion? Yu Bingyin smiled but showed no intention of leaving. She looked at the blood cocoon in the air and said, "In the ancient records of my Lunar Palace, the life and death art that the blood sword sovereign used to condense the heart of an emperor in advance is very likely to be hidden in this heavenly blood sword." The moment Yu Bingyun said that, several of the blue-robed emperors preparing to leave stopped. This was especially so for those consummation blue-robed emperors. As they looked at the large blood cocoon, a boundless light appeared in their eyes. The Blood Sword Sovereign was a legendary martial emperor of his generation. He had left behind countless legends. Naturally, what the descendants remembered the most was that he condensed the heart of an emperor before he became Emperor Wu. When Yu Bingyin said that the life and death art might be hidden in this blood cocoon, how could the blue-robed emperor not be moved? Even Shao Qian couldn't help but be tempted. When Fei Lingyi heard this, his heart skipped a beat. His pale expression changed indeterminately. To think that there was such a secret. He had held the heaven cloud jadeite sword for several hundred years, but he had never noticed it. Is that so? Hee. Then I'll leave it to you to keep it safe for a while. If anything happens, please let me know. Fei Lingyi did something that exceeded everyone's expectations. He stretched out his hand, and the mysterious blood cocoon quickly flew towards Yu Bingyin. Yu Bingyun's expression changed. Before she could figure out what was going on, the blood cocoon appeared before her. She reflexively grabbed the blood cocoon. When the crimson blood cocoon fell into his hand and he felt the murderous gazes directed at him, he came to his senses. Cursing inwardly, he pulled Shao Qian and flew away. Let's go. Before Shao Qian could react, Yu Bingyin had already pulled him away. When he looked back, he saw more than 300 great perfection, blue-robed emperors, and 10-odd consummation, blue-robed emperors, frantically chasing after them. The extraordinarily bustling jadeite mountain manor instantly emptied out. No one remained. Fei Lingyi withdrew his half-step Emperor Wu's strong aura. Then he vomited a large mouthful of blood and knelt to the ground. Manor Lord, are you all right? An attendant in the mountain manor quickly came over to support Fei Lingyi, asking with an extremely worried expression. Earlier, he had wondered why Fei Lingyi had given away the blood cocoon formed by the heavenly cloud sword fragment. Now, it looked like Fei Lingyi had no choice but to give it away. After enduring most of the destructive force of the divine weapon shattering, he was severely injured. Given his previous temper, he definitely would not have let off those 3 great perfection blue-robed emperors who wanted the jadeite. Fei Lingyi waved his hand and pushed that person away. He said, I'm fine. Send someone to keep a close eye on Yu Bingyun's movements. Tell me immediately if the Blood Sword Sovereign left a secret technique in the blood cocoon or not. All right. Under Fei Lingyi's insistence, that person had no choice but to leave. However, before he left, he glanced at Fei Lingyi worriedly. Fei Lingyi looked helplessly at the sky. The scattered dark clouds were already slowly gathering. Only a final ray of light shone on him, making him look strangely sorrowful. He still could not see him. He did not come at all. Even after preparing for 15 years and tearing through the sky, he still hardened his heart and did not come, unwilling to see this grandson of his. Even though he was so severely injured, nearly dying, he still did not show up. Before Fei Lingyi's gaze, the thick, dark clouds slowly gathered. Outside the barrier of the sky, which was tens of thousands of meters taller than the dark clouds, a man and a woman stood on a small planet floating in the universe. They did not do anything, but they forcefully deviated this small planet from its trajectory and stopped it from moving. The man's face was like jade. His eyes were like stars and gems, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like he was only in his 20s. This person's aura was extraordinary, like an immortal from the Immortal epic, drifting like an immortal. The woman was very beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow, looking delicate and fragile. She had a noble air, graceful and elegant. Ribbons circled behind her gorgeous dress, and a bright moon vaguely appeared behind her. If Fei Lingyi and Yu Bingyin were here, they would definitely recognize these two. These two were the famous jadeite sovereign and the Lunar Palace's current palace master. One was a famous sovereign martial emperor of the Black Sea, and the other was the uncrowned queen of the heavenly starry ocean, a powerful prime. You are really extraordinarily ruthless. For the sake of meeting you, he caused such a huge commotion, and yet you did not show anything, the Lunar Palace's palace master said indifferently after withdrawing her gaze. A complicated look flashed in the jadeite sovereign's eyes. After a while he sighed and said, I know why he is looking for me. He wants me to help him advance to Emperor Wu and live for another 500 years. A complicated look flashed in the jadeite sovereign's eyes. After a while he sighed and said, I know why he is looking for me. He wants me to help him advance to martial emperor and live for another 500 years. He does not have sufficient luck. If I act rashly and go against the heavenly Tao to help him advance, I will only die a more miserable death in the end. He doesn't have enough luck. If I act rashly and go against the heavenly Tao to help him advance, I will only die a more miserable death. The jadeite sovereign smiled carefreely and said, Let's not talk about this anymore. Many thanks for your help this time. Otherwise, who knows what kind of disaster it would have led to? The jadeite sovereign smiled carefreely and said, Let's not talk about this anymore. Many thanks for your help this time. Otherwise, who knows what kind of disaster it would have led to? Fei Lingyi only cared about his preparations. He did not know that the news had leaked out long ago. He also did not know what kind of huge waves his rash actions had kicked up in Emperor Wu's circle. If not for the jadeite sovereign and the Lunar Palace's palace master working together to suppress this matter, sending only Yu Bingyun to deal with it, he would have died several times already. But then again, the successor you've chosen is indeed bold. He directly blew up the divine weapon. Back then, I spent a lot of effort to reforge the heavenly blood sword. When the Lunar Palace's palace master heard the jadeite sovereign mention Yu Bingyun, she revealed a smile on her face. She only took the jadeite sovereign's words as praise. How is it? What do you think of me as the successor? Shrewdness, scheming, boldness, luck, and talent are all top-notch. She can ensure that the Lunar Palace will not be defeated for 1,000 years. However, the jadeite sovereign suddenly stopped halfway through a sentence. The Lunar Palace's palace master raised her head and asked, However what? The jadeite sovereign smiled and continued, However, when he stands beside the Qing Emperor's descendant, he is still somewhat inferior. He does not have the pride that comes from the depths of his bones. He also lacks the air of a ruler that comes from the inside out, able to withdraw and withdraw as he pleases. Did you notice that this youth's elegance is already no weaker than that of the Qing Emperor back then? He might even surpass it. His overwhelming luck is even more enviable. When the Lunar Palace's palace master heard this, she revealed a slightly displeased expression. It was not that she lacked magnanimity or self-restraint. However, the jadeite sovereign's evaluation of this person had something to do with the Qing Emperor. This made it hard for the Lunar Palace's palace master to erase the grudge in her heart. If it were another youth, the Lunar Palace's palace master would not show such an expression. You are right. However, no matter what, he only has 4 years left. In the end, he will pass by like a meteor, not to mention becoming the Qing Emperor. Any outstanding talent in this age of geniuses will be stronger than him. The jadeite sovereign knew a little about what the Qing Emperor did to the Lunar Palace. Seeing that the Lunar Palace's palace master's emotions were deep, he did not pursue this topic. Oh, right, is there really the life and death art that the blood sword sovereign left in the heavenly blood sword? The Lunar Palace's palace master asked with interest when she thought of this matter. The jadeite sovereign shook his head and replied, How can that be? If there really was, I would have taken it out long ago. There is only a map in there. The location is a cave where the blood sword sovereign cultivated in the past. As for whether the life and death art is in there or not, I do not know. How can you not know? Could it be that you have never been there before? I really have not been there before. During the blood sword sovereign's era, the entire Black Sea continent was still intact. Even now, although we know that the location is still on Blackwater Island, the world has changed many times. Even a geomaster would have to spend a lot of effort to figure it out. After a pause, the Jadeite sovereign continued. Furthermore, even if we find the life and death art, it would be useless to Emperor Wu. Even the blue-robed emperor would find it extremely difficult to use this secret technique to condense a heart of an emperor. Not everyone has the blood sword sovereign's physique, excellent comprehension ability, and extraordinary willpower. When the Lunar Palace's palace master heard this, she immediately lost much of her interest. In that case, I'll take my leave first. I'll leave the matters here to these juniors. She pushed off the ground, and the ribbons behind her fluttered. Then her gorgeous figure vanished into the vast starry heavens. As the Jadeite sovereign stood in the starry heavens, he glanced at Fei Lingy from a great distance. He muttered, "You will never understand. In the end, a butterfly needs to turn into a cocoon before it can spread its wings. If I help you break that cocoon, how can you truly fly? Sometimes you have to learn to let go of the Emperor's road." Shaking his head, the Jadeite sovereign pushed off with his feet, and his graceful figure vanished into the vast starry heavens. Bang! The instant the Jadeite sovereign left, the small planet that had been out of orbit for too long instantly exploded, turning into countless meteors charging at the barrier of the sky. They burned with light and heat, releasing a boundlessly resplendent light. Chapter 1153. The meteor was indeed beautiful. Unfortunately, it lasted only an instant, disappearing in a flash. Even the Lunar Palace's palace master did not think highly of Xiao Qin. At this moment, for the sake of avoiding becoming a meteor, he frantically fled with Yu Bingyun on Blackwater Island. The large group of blue-robed emperors pursuing the two did not stop for even a moment. Even after the two used all their tricks and schemes, they still could not shake off this group of frenzied blue-robed emperors. To the blue-robed emperor, condensing the heart of an emperor in advance was a great temptation. No matter what, he would not give up. Xiao Qin was in a sorry state from the chase. He even had several wounds on his body. If there were only 10-odd people, he believed that he could handle them. However, there were hundreds of blue-robed emperors chasing him. There were even several consummation blue-robed emperors. Xiao Qin simply could not do anything about it. "Never mind, I give up." Xiao Qin, who was speeding through the air, suddenly stopped and said, Yu Bingyun asked, finding it strange, "Are you sure?" "If you insist, I have a trump card to shake off these troublesome fellows." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions. I have a trump card as well. However, I really cannot monopolize this thing. Otherwise, the two of us will fall for Fei Lingyi's trap." Xiao Qin grabbed the mysterious blood cocoon in Yu Bingyun's hand. Then he turned around and raised it high. "Whoever makes a move, I will directly destroy it." The moment Xiao Qin said that, the group of people frantically chasing after Xiao Qin with surging auras immediately stopped anxiously. The hundreds of blue-robed emperors eyed Xiao Qin covetously, stirring up winds and clouds in the surroundings. Their auras were so strong that they nearly could not stand up. "Little friend, there is no need to be nervous. Hand over the blood cocoon formed by the fragments of the heavenly cloud sword, and we will naturally not make things difficult for you." The one who spoke was a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Qin had some impression of this person. His name was Jin Liangqi. He had seen this person in action in front of the testing monument. He was able to light up 9 of the 10 purple gems on the 6th row. Among the great perfection blue-robed emperors, his strength was at the top. Xiao Qin admitted that he was not as strong as the other party, but he did not show the slightest bit of fear. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said with a smile, "Hand it over? Hand it over to you and let you take it away?" That was exactly what he wanted to say. Just as Jin Liangqi was about to say yes, he suddenly noticed many unfriendly gazes looking at him. Cursing in his heart, he smiled awkwardly. "Of course not. It's the right way to share it with everyone. Otherwise, no matter who gets it, there will inevitably be a fierce battle, and it will benefit an outsider. Xiao Qin glanced at the mysterious blood cocoon in his hand. Then he looked at the many blue-robed emperors. Even when facing so many blue-robed emperors, he did not show any stage fright. Very well. What Senior Jean said is actually what I wanted to say as well. No one can monopolize the secret of the life and death art. If everyone has no problems, I can choose to cut open this blood cocoon now and see if there is the life and death art inside. The surroundings fell silent. Clearly, there were still some misgivings. After all, the blood cocoon was in Xiao Chen's hands. Even if there was the life and death art inside, it was still up to him to decide whether to split it or not. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will continue to run after taking the life and death art? If I really wanted to keep it for myself, I wouldn't have stopped. I've already said this much. Whether you are willing or not, I will cut it open now." He could not be bothered with this group of paranoid old monsters who were overthinking things. Xiao Qin used his palm as a saber, not giving these people a chance to retort. He hacked down, and the 40% comprehended saber soul in his sea of consciousness spread throughout his body. A horrifying saber, intent spread out. Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fluttered, giving off melodious tinkling sounds. The boundless saber intent was like zither music spreading out in all directions. Xiao Chen's move stunned several blue-robed emperors. A strange light flashed in their eyes. For this white-robed bladesman to last so long under the pursuit of so many blue-robed emperors, he was indeed extraordinary. Pu-si-ai, a saber light flickered, and Xiao Chen's hand saber neatly cut open the mysterious scarlet blood cocoon without leaving a mark. Instantly, a scarlet light spread out, looking like blood spreading everywhere. The blood cocoon slowly melted, thickening the scarlet light and forming a blood mist. A floating drawing appeared on Xiao Chen's palm. He was somewhat surprised. The blood cocoon was not empty, nor was it the life and death art. It was just an ancient drawing that looked like a map. Brat, quickly hand over the drawing. Hurry up. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving this place alive. The blue-robed emperors did not care whether this drawing had anything to do with the life and death art or not. When the map appeared, they immediately roared. Xiao Qin ignored them. He opened the drawing and took a look. After memorizing it, he quickly pushed the drawing out. "Let's go." Not wanting to care about this group of blue-robed emperors, Xiao Qin called out to Bingyun and quickly left. Seeing the drawing floating over, the excited blue-robed emperors cautiously quietened down. If anyone dared to make a move, they would destroy this drawing in the chaos. Jin Liangqi's gaze was like lightning. He did not make a move, just taking a look as well. After memorizing the contents of the drawing, he left quietly. At the blue-robed emperor's level, nearly everyone had a photographic memory. As the various blue-robed emperors memorized the contents of the drawing, the number of blue-robed emperors decreased. In the end, not a single one remained, leaving only this lonely treasure map drifting down. Speaking of which, this was rather laughable. Earlier, everyone had chased after this item crazily. However, when they discovered that it was just a drawing, no one went to take it in, leaving it to drift everywhere. In a large courtyard in Blackwater City, Xiao Qin took out a brush and paper. Then he drew out everything he had memorized, word for word. He gently blew on the brush and dried the ink. Then, Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun carefully observed it. This is a map. Based on the red mark, it should be a cave. Combined with the Blood Sword Sovereign's identity, the answer is clear. This map records a cave that the Blood Sword Sovereign once cultivated in. After observing for a long time, Yu Bingyun quickly came to a conclusion. Xiao Qin did not deny it. This was the most superficial information. Practically everyone who obtained the drawing could figure it out. The difficult part was not this. The difficult part was the path on the map. After tens of thousands of years, the world had changed. The landscape had changed a few times, and the routes and landmarks on the map had long since disappeared. Trying to find the Blood-Sword Sovereign's cave by relying on this map was no less than a fantasy. It was impossible. Clearly, Yu Bingyin knew this as well. After some thought, she said, "We have to find an old man familiar with the Black Sea's terrain and draw out a rough outline of the cave. After that, we have to find a geomaster to observe the geography and geomancy, figuring out where the cave is." Xiao Qin nodded. This was the only way. He said, "You can handle the first part. There's no need to find a geomaster for the latter part." "What do you mean?" Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Although I'm just a dabbling geomaster, I believe that my skill far surpasses the average." Yu Bingyun's eyes lit up. Finding it strange, she said, "I couldn't tell. I really don't know what you don't know. There are many things that I don't know. For example, I do not have the courage to waste a heptagold origin to blow up a divine weapon." Yu Bingyan felt stifled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan was still angry at her for not informing him in advance. She put away the map and rolled her eyes at him. Then she said, "I can't be bothered with you. After I figure out the rough location, I'll come and look for you a geomaster." After the other party left, Xiao Qin took out 100 superior grade demon fiend rocks from the universe ring. He muttered, 100 superior grade demon fiend rocks should be sufficient to raise my 40% comprehended saber soul to 50% comprehended. This saber soul is really difficult to advance. As Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyan made their preparations, the entire Blackwater City turned chaotic. The news of the map spread like wildfire. Nearly all the blue-robed emperors in Blackwater City were startled. Each of those blue-robed emperors was more intelligent than the last. Soon, they came to a similar conclusion as Yu Bingyan. They started to search for skilled geomasters, wanting to enter the cave first. Regardless of whether there was any information about the life and death art in the cave, everyone knew that they would not return empty-handed after going to the cave where the Blood-Sword Sovereign once cultivated. Inside the Xia clan's courtyard, Xia Luo and Wang Zhen studied the map, their faces filled with wild joy. Xia Luo smiled and said, "As long as I obtain the life and death art and condense the heart of an emperor in advance, I am confident of advancing to martial emperor within 10 years. Similarly, Wang Zhen could not hide the joy on his face. After condensing the heart of an emperor, I will be 99% confident of undergoing my great tribulation of wind and fire. Oh, by the way, second young master, should we inform first young master and the main clan of this news?" Xia Luo thought for a while before shaking his head. "No, the Dark Sea is too far from us. By the time the main clan's people arrive, they will be much too late. Our own strength is sufficient." At the same time, Jiang Feng held the map, his face also filled with joy. "Originally, I just wanted to join in on the excitement of the auction. Unexpectedly, I managed to obtain such a harvest. If I condense the heart of an emperor and return to Dark City, I will be able to sweep through all the outstanding talents of the younger generation." Everyone moved quickly, afraid of being too slow. The area of the cave shrank. In the end, they determined that it was to the west of Blackwater Island. However, the size of Blackwater Island was already no smaller than a small continent. This area was still rather large. As for the rest, they could only rely on geomasters to observe the geography. 4 days passed. Xiao Chun successfully used 100 superior grade demon fiend rocks to temper his 40% comprehended saber soul to 50% comprehension. Every time his saber soul increased by 10%, its might would improve significantly. His gaze would become sharper and his aura sharper. With just one look, he could frighten his opponent. However, the further he went, the harder it would be to raise his saber soul. As Xiao Chen had never used a demon fiend rock before, the effect this time was very obvious. If he used it a second time, the effect would be significantly weaker. This was unless he used a peak-grade demon fiend rock that moved even Emperor Wu. Of course, speaking of which, now that Shao Qin had a fifth saber soul and was in the blue-robed emperor realm, he could already look down on everyone. If Shao Qin's other states, thunder, death, massacre, despair, and grief, were taken into account, he would be even more unfathomable. In battle, he would have many wondrous effects that mysterious phenomena could not achieve. Chapter 1154. When Shao Qin opened his eyes, countless sabers hummed in their depths. He felt his combat prowess increase significantly. His fighting spirit soared. He wished that he could find a consummation blue-robed emperor and have a good fight. Cassier. Just at this moment, the door opened, and Yu Bingyan rushed in. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly saw Shao Qin's sharp gaze. Suddenly, she felt like an invisible saber stabbed into her chest. There was a strange pain, and she could not help taking half a step back. When Shao Qin saw that his saber soul injured the other party, he quickly withdrew it. His sharp aura immediately vanished, and he could control it as he pleased. Shao Qin stood up and apologized. At the same time, he thought to himself, under the full power attack of my 50% comprehended saber soul, Yu Bingyan actually only took half a step back. Yu Bingyan, who was caught off guard, only took half a step back. This woman must have many secrets that I do not know. As for the trump card that Yu Bingyan once mentioned, Shao Qin was very interested. His trump card was that plumed feather. What would Yu Bingyan's trump card be? Your gaze is really scary. It feels like you have pierced through my heart, Yu Bingyan said with some half-truths. Then she took out a map and said, Let's get back to business. The Blood Sword Sovereign's cave has already been determined to be to the west of Blackwater Island. When Shao Qin heard that, he thought for a while before saying, The west of Blackwater Island, this is really a large area. Be content. After tens of thousands of years, it is already not easy to recognize Thunder Sword Peak with a mark on the map. The rest will depend on you, a Geomaster. Don't brag so much, but in the end you do not even have a clue, Yu Bingyan said mockingly. Clearly, she did not believe what Shao Qin had said. Geomasters were famous for being secretive and clandestine. Outsiders would find it hard to learn the essence of it. Shao Qin's talent was pretty good, but that was only in the martial Dao. As a Geomaster, Yu Bingyan found it hard to rest assured. Shao Qin smiled and did not argue. The geomancy of the sea was much more complicated than that of the land. However, he could handle it. Shao Qin could deal with it, all the more when it came to seeking dragons and fixing veins on land. But at this time, it was useless to say anything. He just had to prove himself with his actions. After packing up, Shao Qin and Yu Bingyan flew out of Blackwater City, rushing to the west of the island. For an ordinary person, it would take a day and a night to cross the border of the island, but for the blue-robed emperor, it would not take too long. 1 hour later, Shao Qin and Yu Bingyan stopped at the summit of Thunder Sword Peak. The Lightning Sword Peak corresponded to a mountain peak on the map. Although its appearance had changed a few times over the past tens of thousands of years, it was still the same as before. However, the sword-shaped mountain peak that rose straight into the sky and the endless thunder and lightning in the sky matched perfectly with the markings on the map. He was 100% sure that this Lightning Sword Peak was the peak marked by lightning on the map. The small summit was filled with blue-robed emperors. Each blue-robed emperor had a Geomaster with a sinister aura by their side, holding all sorts of dragon-seeking, secret treasures in their hands. When Shao Qin and Yu Bingyan landed on the summit, they immediately attracted the attention of several people. Back then, Shao Qin held up the blood cocoon and faced the hundreds of blue-robed emperors. Now, all the peak cultivators in Blackwater City knew the name of the white-robed bladesman. When an old man saw Shao Qin and Yu Bingyan coming alone without a Geomaster, he smiled and said, "White-robed bladesman, why are you here with just the two of you? I don't see you inviting a Geomaster. Are you trying to take advantage of us by following behind us?" After that old man said that, he guffawed. The other old men all laughed contentedly as well. For days ago, Xiao Chen was very arrogant. Now, the other party should have restrained himself, knowing that these local experts were not to be trifled with. It was just like now. Without any fame, it would not be easy to invite a geomaster. It doesn't matter. Young people still have opportunities to learn. This time, we will let you follow behind us and learn properly. That's true. Even if we let him follow, he will not be able to enter the cave in the first place. The group of old men laughed wantonly, feeling very comfortable in their hearts. For days ago, Xiao Chen had been too sharp, showing no respect to these seniors. They had long since disliked him in their hearts. More and more blue-robed emperors flew over from the summit. When they saw Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun coming alone, they felt a sense of superiority. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Seniors, there is no need to worry. This junior indeed cannot invite a geomaster. However, I know a thing or two about searching for dragons, fixing veins, observing the wind, and observing the water. When the time comes, it will be hard to say who will be following who." Ha 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 ha. The moment Xiao Chen said that, he immediately elicited loud laughter. How noble was a geomaster! If not for being influenced by a geomaster from a young age and receiving the guidance of a geomaster senior, he would not have been able to do so. No matter how talented a regular cultivator was, they would only be able to learn the slightest bit of it, unable to be of any use. More importantly, geomasters were passed down through the bloodline. Outsiders could not learn it even if they wanted to. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen boasted shamelessly in front of so many geomasters, saying that he knew a thing or two about it and that he wanted to find the cave before them. This was simply a great joke. Everyone could not help but laugh at him for overestimating himself and being boundlessly arrogant. The black-clad old man who first mocked Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Since you are so confident, then this old man will make a bet with you on behalf of these geomasters. Let's see whose dragon-seeking art is stronger. I know you are rich and overbearing, so let's not bet on anything else. The loser will just shout, 'I am a pig 3 times on this summit.' That's right. This old man will bet with you as well. I really don't believe that our group of people will follow behind you to find the cave. I'll bet with you as well." The group of old men on the summit wanted to test Xiao Chen's sharpness, so they all followed him. Xiao Chen could not help laughing. "Interesting. Good, I'll accept this bet. Boundlessly arrogant. Where did this brat come from? This geomaster will ask you this. Do you know what a dragon vein is?" The geomasters present could not stand Xiao Chen's attitude. They felt that Xiao Chen completely ignored them, the orthodox geomasters. A white-haired geomaster could not help reprimanding Xiao Chen angrily. As the saying goes, a hero does not care about his background. "Senior, why do you care where I come from? Since you do not know what a dragon vein is, then I'll tell you. The words dragon vein have to be looked at separately. The dragon is the terrain, the substance. The stars are upright and upright. The bright hall is wide. The lakes and ponds are intertwined. The distant mountains and nearby rivers gather in the morning and evening. There are thousands of veins, all different. However, having the terrain is not enough. It also needs the charm within. Otherwise, it will only be a false dragon. The vein in the dragon vein refers to the spirit. How can an ordinary person use the terrain to observe the spirit? That will depend on the true ability of a geomaster. Xiao Chen did not lose his sharpness in the face of this geomaster's rebuke. He spoke a long string of geomancy terms, catching the white-haired geomaster off guard. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen really understood this trade. There were several terms that only geomasters like them could understand. He did not seem like an outsider who had only scratched the surface. Xiao Chen's aura was too strong, putting immense pressure on this white-haired geomaster. His heart pounded heavily. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, "It is just an insignificant skill. Why the need to put on an act? Let me ask you again. Do you know how many kinds of dragon veins there are?" When Xiao heard this, he could not help but smile. "It looks like old Sir's character is not very good. Your question is not very brilliant. The terrain of mountains and rivers is very strange, all different. On a smaller scale, there are many kinds. True dragons, false dragons, calamity dragons, killing dragons, auspicious dragons, ferocious dragons, strong dragons, weak dragons, fat dragons, skinny dragons, noble dragons, despicable dragons, and so on. However, on a larger scale, there are only two kinds. One is for obedience, and the other is against. There is a saying in ancient geomancy, 'Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die.' I would like old Sir to explain this to me." Xiao Chen's words flowed like a river, flowing endlessly. His aura became sharper as he spoke. The final question forced that white-haired geomaster to take a few steps back involuntarily, rendered speechless. The summit fell silent. When the group of blue-robed emperors who made a bet with Xiao Chen saw this scene, they all felt somewhat nervous. Could it be that they would lose? As Yu Bingyin looked at the boundlessly elegant Xiao Chen, a trace of emotion flashed in her eyes. Then she revealed a faint smile. Seeing the other party at a loss for words, unable to answer, Xiao Chen could not help feeling dispirited. These geomasters were not at the peak. Compared to the geomasters Xiao Chen saw at the Northern Sea Alliance, they were not even close. Compared to Jiang Tian, who gave him the vellum, there was no comparison at all. The difference was like the difference between cloud and mud. These people still wanted to take advantage of their seniority, wanting to teach him a lesson in anger. They were simply asking for trouble, not worthy of any sympathy. After taking a few steps back, the white-haired geomaster calmed himself. Wanting to redeem some face, he said, "You are just lucky and managed to read some ancient geomaster books. Compared to our geomaster clans, you are far inferior. That's right. You speak so extravagantly. In the end, we still have to fight. Seeing that you did not bring a single dragon-seeking secret treasure, I knew that you only know how to talk." When the group of geomasters saw that Xiao Chen, this outsider, could not suppress their aura, they felt dissatisfied and started shouting. When the other blue-robed emperors heard this, they rejoiced in their hearts, feeling hopeful. This Xiao Chen nearly frightened them. The inheritance of a geomaster was incredibly complicated. How could a youth understand it? When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled coldly. The vertical eye on his forehead slowly opened, flickering with a strange purple light. He said indifferently, "What dragon-seeking secret treasure do I need? My eye is the best dragon-seeking secret treasure. Heavenly Eye." The instant the vertical eye opened, the old geomasters were all astonished. Shock filled their eyes, and their breathing became somewhat anxious. The Heavenly Eye, a famous skill among geomasters since ancient times, actually appeared again. Furthermore, it appeared on a youth. When the many blue-robed emperors saw this scene, their hearts sank. They all had a bad feeling. "It's over. We are probably going to fail this time. This white-robed bladesman before us is really a geomaster who hid his strength." After Xiao Chen opened the Heavenly Eye, he did not remain idle for even a moment. The strange vertical eye scanned the surroundings, looking at all sorts of terrain. All sorts of strange things appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He took in a panoramic view of the 500 kilometers in front of him. He instantly analyzed several different dragon veins. Chapter 1155. Xiao Chen formed a finger seal with one hand, and beams of light appeared between his fingers. The terrain in his mind quickly materialized on his palm. The speed at which it changed was hard to see with the naked eye. Aside from being able to see the terrain somewhat clearly, the others could only see all sorts of strange dragon-shaped qi flickering continuously as Xiao Chen's fingers moved, appearing boundlessly profound. After 10 breaths, Xiao Qin felt a piercing pain in his eyes. He immediately closed the vertical eye on his forehead and both his eyes at the same time. Xiao Qin's white robes fluttered in the wind as he sank into deep thought, his body merging with the world. As Xiao Qin's fingers moved, all sorts of dragon roars resounded for 500 kilometers in front. Occasionally, dragon chi tore through the ground and soared into the clouds. This is a strong dragon. This is a killing dragon. This is a tribulation dragon. The many geomasters recognized the various dragon veins as Xiao Qin's fingers moved. At this moment, these geomasters no longer looked down on Xiao Qin like they did earlier. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. As they looked at Xiao Qin's exquisite dragon-seeking secret art, their eyes filled with admiration and respect. Xiao Qin's dragon-seeking secret art was indeed on a higher level than theirs. They could not help but be impressed. After a while, Xiao Qin opened his eyes and flicked his hand. The various dragon-shaped lights vanished. His movements were extremely elegant and graceful. He already had some answers in his heart. The many blue-robed emperors all turned ashen. By now, it was clear who was better between Xiao Qin and the geomasters. As for who won the bet between them and Xiao Qin, there was no need to say more. But for them to admit defeat and shout, "I'm a pig," 3 times in front of everyone, they couldn't do such a thing no matter what. If they really said it, it would probably spread throughout the entire Blackwater Sea in less than half a day. At that time, they would not be able to remain in this sea region with their old faces. Yu Bingyin felt somewhat pleased in her heart. That's what you get for looking down on me. Now you suffer a setback. She smiled gently and said, "I wonder if the bet still counts or not." This little girl saw it clearly from start to end. These words could be considered a threat. If these old men went back on their word and spread the news, they would also lose all face. The face of the black-robed old man who had made the bet first turned red. After holding it in for a long time, he said in a deep voice, "Little girl, you don't have to provoke me. I'm a man of my word. At worst, I'll just leave the Black Sea in the future." Just as he was about to take the lead and say that he was a pig, Xiao Qin turned around and stopped him. "Forget it. Seniors are already so old. There's no need for you to suffer such humiliation. I'm also not an overbearing and domineering person. Everyone, just take this as a lesson. Even if he's just an ignorant brat, there's no need to wantonly ridicule him or suppress him. It's still the same old saying. A hero doesn't care about his background. Who can predict that the person you ridiculed and humiliated today would one day rise to the top and laugh proudly at the peak?" Hearing those words, the old men immediately heaved a sigh of relief and felt much more comfortable. All of them had lived for hundreds of years. If they really said those words, they would really lose all their face. Now that the many old men adjusted their attitudes and sized up Xiao Qin again, they could not help but view him in a different light. They discovered that Xiao Qin had an extremely strong aura, comparable to that of those major characters who had ascended to the Emperor's Tao. Furthermore, Xiao Qin's mental state far surpassed these old men's. The black-robed old man performed a cupped fist salute and said, "This time we have learned a lot. Many thanks, little brother, for being lenient. This old man owes you a favor." The other blue-robed emperors also performed cupped fist salutes in thanks. At the same time, someone could not help asking, "Little brother, would you be willing to tell us your great name?" Everyone guessed that an outstanding talent like Xiao Qin would definitely not be unknown. They could not help being curious about Xiao Qin's true identity. Since the other party asked, Xiao Qin did not hide it. His true identity would be exposed sooner or later, so he answered honestly, "I am Xiao Qin. My name is Xiao Qin, and my surname is Qin." Xiao Qin. The many old men mulled over this name a few times, but still could not find anything. There was no young, outstanding talent in the Black Sea that matched his name. Only the black-robed old man thought for a while before saying in realization, "Xiao Qin? Are you the Blue Dragon King Shao Chen, the descendant of the Qing Emperor, the Blue Dragon King, appointed by the Bushin Palace's Thunder King? Shao Chen was somewhat surprised that an expert of the blue-robed emperor level in the Black Sea knew of his title as the Blue Dragon King. He nodded and said, "That is me." At this moment, the expressions of the many blue-robed emperors as they looked at Shao Chen immediately changed. The name of the Qing Emperor went without saying. He was a legend of the previous era. Everyone had heard of him. The Thunder King was an expert of the same generation as the Qing Emperor. He was known as a living legend. The blue-robed emperors were truly blind. Who could have imagined that this outstanding young talent before them would have such a great background? Yu Bingyun narrowed her eyes slightly, smiling as she sized up Shao Chen. She discovered that this person was becoming more and more unfathomable. He seemed to have an inexplicable charm that attracted people to get close to him. I wonder if little brother Shao Chen managed to gain anything from opening the heavenly eye earlier, the black-robed old man asked politely. Shao Chen shook his head and said, "The terrain here is too complicated. It would be too difficult to find a residence in a short time. However, there are a few places to choose from. We can go and take a look. If anyone is interested, why don't you join us?" When the others heard this, they rejoiced. The black-robed, blue-robed emperor smiled and said, "Brother Shao Chen, I am definitely making friends with you. Honestly speaking, the geomasters that we invited are not that good. The true peak geomasters of Blackwater City have all been taken away by those consummation blue-robed emperors. You have already seen the ones left for us." Shao Chen looked at the embarrassed geomasters and smiled. "Let's go, then. If you trust this Shao, you can follow me for a while. Those who submit to me prosper. Those who oppose me die." This was not something that Shao Chen said casually. Instead, there was such a saying in ancient geomancy. Generally speaking, dragon veins could be divided into two types. The first type was favorable, such as strong dragons, fat dragons, noble dragons, and so on. The second type was unfavorable, such as despicable dragons, thin dragons, weak dragons, and so on. Those who oppose me die. This meant that the dead were buried. The grave of the strong had to be where the unfavorable dragons were. Only then could it be chosen for future generations. On the other hand, the favorable dragons were prepared for the living. Residences were clearly places where cultivators cultivated when they were alive. Naturally, they had to be in a favorable place. Back then, when the Blood Sword Sovereign established his residence, he had definitely sought out a strong geomaster to help him search for dragon veins and determine the most suitable place to establish his residence. The group of people followed behind Shao Chen, searching through the various dragon veins. However, the results were somewhat dispirited. Either the dragon veins were empty, or someone had already searched through them in advance. Similarly, they found nothing. After searching for 3 days, the group cleared out the area within 500 kilometers. However, there were no traces of the Blood Sword Sovereign's residence. However, there were some unexpected gains. They found the residences that other experts once cultivated in. The gains could be considered a consolation. After that, the group discovered that most of the dragon veins that Shao Chen had taken a liking to had already been searched by others. Clearly, Shao Chen was not the only truly skilled geomaster. After searching for 500 kilometers without finding anything, Shao Chen's patience did not waver. This was within Shao Chen's expectations. The western part of Blackwater Island was astonishingly large. Even so, it was still very vast. It was impossible to search it in one day. Before setting off, Shao Chen had already made mental preparations. Everything was under his control. When the many blue-robed Emperor Geomasters following Shao Chen saw Shao Chen's dragon-seeking art, they all sighed in amazement. This was especially so for the places that Shao Chen chose. Several of them had already been searched by others. This proved that Xiao Chen's insight was no weaker than that of the geomasters that the consummation blue-robed emperor found. Along the way, those ordinary geomasters took turns asking Xiao Chen questions about geomancy. When Xiao Chen had some free time, he answered them. Along the way, the many blue-robed emperors also asked Xiao Chen questions about martial techniques. The focus was on Xiao Chen's miraculous saber Dao. Xiao Chen did not hide anything. As long as it did not touch on his core trump cards, he would patiently answer them. Hence, along the way, the atmosphere of Xiao Chen's group was very good. They even somewhat forgot about the true purpose of this trip. The other groups, searching for caves, were filled with murderous qi. When they could not find anything, they felt very frustrated. Several chaotic battles had already broken out. When Xiao Chen saw them, he kept a distance. What he hated the most were these pointless battles, which were purely for venting. However, if someone used this to harass or bully him, Xiao Chen would not show any mercy. Opening his heavenly eye again, Xiao Chen used many secret techniques and confirmed a dragon vein. Killing was a submissive dragon, and the opposite was a calamity dragon. Building a cave in the land of the dragon vein would be of great help to the master of the cave. Among the many submissive dragons, the land of the dragon vein where the dragon vein was hidden was one of the most suitable places to cultivate. After closing his heavenly eye, Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he quickly flew towards his target mountain range. The group of blue-robed emperors behind him quickly followed. These blue-robed emperors could not find stronger geomasters, nor could they brazenly follow behind some consummation blue-robed emperors. Doing so would incur the other party's dissatisfaction and invite trouble. Being able to follow behind Xiao Chen was a kind of fortune. Even more fortunate was that they had interacted with him for a long time. Only then did the blue-robed emperors discover that the quiet and seemingly cold Xiao Chen did not put on any airs. Yu Bingyun's and Xiao Chen's movement techniques were clearly of a higher grade than this group of great perfection blue-robed emperors. Hence, their flying speed was significantly faster. By the time the blue-robed emperors reached the foot of the mountain range, the large group of blue-robed emperors still had to spend some time to catch up. Not bad. No one has touched this place before. There should be hope. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly, appearing very optimistic. This was already the nth time she had said this. Xiao Chen casually formed hand seals and smiled. I hope so. As Xiao Chen executed some of the small tricks in the Paradise secret cannon, a crack appeared at the foot of the tall mountain. Strands of dragon qi soared into the sky, and dragon roars rang out endlessly. Based on these strands of dragon qi, Xiao Chen could determine that the spirit vein in this land of the dragon vein was the most ordinary, inferior grade spirit vein. In the eyes of the blue-robed emperor, it was not even worth mentioning. Even martial sages would not care about it. As for the blood sword sovereign, it was even more disdainful. However, time passed. Just because the spirit vein was low now, it did not mean that it was low 50,000 years ago. There was still some possibility of this being a cave. Chapter 1156. Hey, someone seems to have arrived early. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to make a move, a few uninvited guests rushed over. The voices sounded somewhat familiar. Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun turned around and saw Wang Jin leading the three great perfection blue-robed emperors of the Xia clan in Blackwater City, as well as Xia Luo and an old man dressed as a geomaster. The one who spoke was Xia Luo, whom Xiao Chen had taught a ruthless lesson. When Xia Luo saw Xiao Chen's figure, his eyes immediately lit up. He smiled and said, "What a coincidence! Unexpectedly I ran into you here. Consider yourself lucky. This young master has something to do now. I will not seek trouble with you for now. Quickly scram and stop being an eyesore." With Wang Zhen, a consummation blue-robed emperor, supporting him, Xia Luo did not cower at all when facing Xiao Chen. He remained arrogant, exuding an indescribable grandeur. In his heart, Xia Luo really wanted to see Xiao Chen's expression and how sullen he would be after he sent him away so easily before Yu Bingyun. Of course, if Miss Bingyun wants to stay, this young master will welcome you. Xia Luo glanced at Yu Bingyun, who was still as charming as a fairy. Then he quickly added, the fervent look in Xia Luo's eyes was not hidden at all. When others saw it, they would feel a sense of disgust. Yu Bingyun had long since disliked this person. She did not say anything. Instead, she quietly stepped back and stood beside Xiao Qin, silently expressing her attitude. Xia Luo could not help feeling enraged. He glared at Xiao Qin and said, white-robed brat, why are you still not scramming? Are you seeking death? Xiao Qin sized up the newcomer. Aside from Wang Zhen, he did not care about the others. If Xiao Qin recalled correctly, this Wang Zhen had only managed to light up 3 purple gems on the testing stone steel in front of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. He was far from comparable to the consummation blue-robed Emperor Jin Liangqi. Sorry, I came here first. Even if someone wants to scram, it should be you. Xiao Qin grasped the lunar shadow saber. His body was like a mountain, straight and sharp without any fear. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In that case, there's no need for you to leave. Elder Wang, teach him a lesson. Let him know the consequences of offending our Xiao family, Xia Luo said coldly. Yu Bingyun sent a voice projection. If we work together, we should have a 70% chance of victory against this Wang Zhen. No need, I alone am enough. Before Yu Bingyun's astonished gaze, Xiao Qin stepped forward and stared at Wang Zhen. A fierce fighting spirit blazed in the depths of his eyes. Wang Zhen smiled and said, how reckless. In the Black Sea, the strongest fist is the last word. Do you think that just because you saw this place first, it is yours? Today, I will teach you how to behave. I will beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy. Wang Zhen took a step forward, and thunder rumbled in the sky. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky, causing his aura to soar rapidly. As the descendants of the Thunder Fire Sovereign, the Xia clan's cultivators naturally cultivated lightning attribute cultivation techniques. Although this Wang Zhen was an outsider, he was loyal and devoted to the Xia clan. Similarly, he had obtained the Xia clan's various secret martial techniques. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Wang Zhen circulated his energy, causing his aura to soar. He looked extremely horrifying. What's going on? Why is Xiao Qin fighting with Wang Zhen? The large group of blue-robed emperors following Xiao Qin arrived late. When they discovered Wang Zhen fighting with Xiao Qin, they all revealed worried expressions. The consummation blue-robed emperor's heavenly seal had merged with his soul. He was 1 grade higher than the great perfection blue-robed emperor. Their strength was on a completely different level. How could Xiao Qin be so rash as to fight such a person? Should we go and help? This group of people had interacted with Xiao Qin for a few days. Although they were not life-and-death friends, they still had some feelings for him. Xiao Qin's magnanimity left them with a good impression. Now that they saw that Xiao Qin was in trouble, they hesitated on whether to make a move or not. After all, he was facing a consummation blue-robed emperor. They did not dare to act rashly. If they wanted to attack, they had to attack together. Only then would they have sufficient deterrence. Otherwise, going alone would not be effective. The black-clad old man, who had a relatively deep relationship with Xiao Qin, looked at Yu Bingyun, who had yet to make a move. He waved his hand and said, "Wait first." Xiao Qin made Yu Bingyun not make a move. He definitely does not want outsiders to interfere. Perhaps he is confident of dealing with Wang Zhen. That can't be right. A great perfection blue-robed emperor can defeat a consummation blue-robed emperor? The others said, expressing their disbelief. The black-clad old man had some doubts as well. However, he still said firmly, "Let's wait and see." If Xiao Chen's life is really in danger, it will not be too late for us to go. There are so many of us. If we charge over together, as long as we work together, Wang Zhen will definitely flee. Yu Bingyun and Xia Luo's group had already retreated far away. Xia Luo revealed a cruel expression as he looked at Xiao Qin. His lips curled up in a mocking smile. Boom! Another violent bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Wang Jing took a step forward and suddenly attacked. It was unknown whether the lightning moved first or Xiao Chen's body moved first. The lightning with flames around it seemed to move at the same time as Xiao Chen. It was so fast that one could not even see its shadow. However, while Wang Zhen was fast, Xiao Chen was even faster. Wearing the fleeting shadow gloves, Xiao Chen's attack speed was 20% faster than before. Just as Wang Zhen moved his feet, Xiao Chen instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. Although Wang Zhen moved later, it arrived first and a saber light flashed. Wang Zhen, who made the first move, ended up getting forced out by Xiao Chen. Wang Zhen moved backward, dodging that meteor-like saber light. This caused the momentum that Wang Zhen had been building up and preparing for a lightning-quick strike to come to a premature end. His momentum plummeted. Buzz! 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 The blade of the lunar shadow saber could not stop humming. Xiao Chen's clothes fluttered without any wind. His aura turned from passive to active, suppressing Wang Zhen. Such a scene only lasted for half a breath of time. However, it stunned all the cultivators watching. In the battle with the consummation blue-robed emperor, Xiao Chen actually managed to gain the upper hand so quickly. Just a moment ago, Wang Zhen's aura was flourishing and boundlessly horrifying. Now, Xiao Chen instantly suppressed him. Spring saber, undefeatable peach blossoms. Summer saber, burning to desolation. Autumn saber, faded person smiles. Winter saber, frost for 10,000 kilometers. Once Xiao Qin gained the upper hand, he would not show mercy. Xiao Qin spun his saber, and thunder roared. 50 kilometers of peach blossoms appeared. Amidst the thousands of petals, he charged at Wang Zhen with his saber. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, cycle of the 4 seasons, all sorts of mysterious phenomena changed. They all turned into Xiao Chen's saber technique, surging out like an avalanche. Wang Zhen could not dodge in time. He could only take this move head-on despite his weakened momentum. Under Xiao Chen's full power, Wang Zhen was knocked back. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. The many cultivators watching were somewhat astonished. The strongest force that Xiao Chen brought out was actually stronger than Wang Zhen's. As Wang Zhen retreated, his face sank. A fierce, lightning-attributed flame burned on his body. With a thought, he drove a vast amount of the power of the world. Thundercloud storm. Wang Zhen shouted. Under Wang Zhen's guidance, the thunderclouds in the sky formed an incredibly horrifying flame whirlpool. Thunder roared endlessly in the flames. Wang Zhen pushed his palms forward, and this horrifying, lightning-attributed flame whirlpool descended from the sky, smashing toward Xiao Chen. It was like a storm descending quickly. Space buzzed, and several tiny cracks appeared. The might of this move was easy to imagine. Wang Zhen intended to use this move to turn the situation around, to bring out his aura. Otherwise, if one's aura was always at the bottom, one would only be able to bring out 70 or 80% of one's strength. Xiao Chen felt startled. The power of the world that the consummation blue-robed emperor could drive was indeed startling. If the other party were slightly stronger, Xiao Chen would not be confident of defeating him. In Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, his 50% comprehended saber soul and the great perfection will of thunder merged perfectly. Crackling sounds rang out as countless arcs of electricity flickered on Xiao Chen's body. He unleashed his 50% comprehended saber soul without holding back. Flawless saber Dao, flawless blue dragon, subduing dragon profound slash. Blue dragon images appeared around Xiao Qin and quickly circled him. In that instant, the dragon images roared endlessly, and dragon might spread everywhere. Xiao Chen's right hand, which held the saber, spun slightly. As the saber spun, it gathered 18 solid dragon images into it. This formed a 30-kilometer-long saber light that stretched from the sky to the ground. Amid the horrifying dragon might, the white-robed Xiao Qin chopped down with his saber. Pu Ci! The huge, lightning-attributed flame whirlpool was chopped in half by Xiao Chen's saber strike. Using the 50% comprehended saber soul and the subduing dragon profound slash, Xiao Chen's burst of energy surpassed Wang Zhen's once again. The descending saber light knocked Wang Zhen back, sending him crashing miserably into a mountain peak. Kassier! Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and a fiery red bright moon soared up behind him. Then he sent a palm strike at Wang Zhen, who was 5 kilometers away. The 1,000-year flame was a palm strike filled with hot-bloodedness and lofty aspirations. It vented all the pride and arrogance in Xiao Chen's heart. This palm strike seemed to predict the future. When Wang Zhen was still 10 meters away from the ground exploded. Overwhelming shock waves soared up, and dust surged into the clouds, knocking Wang Zhen into the air. This time, Wang Zhen was significantly injured. The 1,000-year death contained the state of grief. The palm strike's energy lingered in the air, inflicting endless pain. As for the 1,000-year flame, it was purely an explosive, hot-blooded move. The power of this palm strike would erupt in an instant, clean and efficient. However, that was all. It could not break down the combat prowess of this consummation blue-robed emperor. The consummation blue-robed emperor merged his soul with the heavenly seal. The number of vital points in his body decreased, and his sage body improved. Originally, the profound martial technique that could kill the great perfection blue-robed emperor could only severely injure the consummation blue-robed emperor. Originally, it could only severely injure the consummation blue-robed emperor. With a thought, Xiao Chen materialized the blue dragon battle armor. All the vital qi in his body roared like a roaring dragon, surging endlessly in his body. Wearing the extraordinarily mighty battle armor, Xiao Chen soared into the air. With every step he took, his qi and blood surged, shaking the sky and the ground. This made one's body sway left and right, somewhat unsteady. Wang Zhen vomited a large mouthful of blood. Without even thinking, he prepared to charge at Xiao Chen again. When Wang Zhen saw Xiao Chen charging at him like a celestial deity, he was startled. However, even if Wang Zhen wanted to retreat, it was already too late. While Xiao Chen's speed looked slow, he was actually astonishingly fast. Chapter 1157. Without giving Wang Zhen any time to react, Xiao Chen tilted his body and used the blue dragon war body as a saber. Then he materialized the flawless saber Dao and smashed Wang Zhen's chest. Wang Zhen's internal organs instantly became riddled with wounds. Every time he breathed, he felt excruciating pain. Pa! Just as Wang Zhen's body was about to fly back, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed Wang Zhen's ankle. Then he spun him in the air and tossed him at Xia Luo. All of Xiao Chen's movements were linked together, smoothly, not pausing at all. These few moves only took 4 or 5 breaths of time. Xia Luo shrieked and quickly retreated. However, the other great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators of the Xia clan did not dare to retreat. They worked together to catch the flying Wang Zhen. However, a loud sound rang out, and the group of great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators fell from the sky. Xiao Chen looked coldly at the fleeing Xia Luo. Then his figure flashed, and he descended from the sky. Xiao Chen first destroyed the other party's aura with his 50% comprehended saber soul. Then he used his killing qi to trap Wang Zhen, preventing him from moving. Then he stomped on Wang Zhen. Xia Luo cried out in pain. He begged in a low voice. One should spare people wherever it is possible. Let me off, and I promise not to seek trouble for you. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but find it funny. One should spare people whenever it is possible. To think that Xia Luo could say such words. His skin was really thicker than the city walls. Scram, I don't mind you seeking trouble for me. I don't care for your promise, either. However, just remember the principle of not doing the same thing more than 3 times. When Xia Luo heard that, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly thanked Xiao Chen profusely. Many thanks for being merciful. I'll scram right now. However, before Xia Luo could finish speaking, Xiao Chen pulled back his leg and kicked him into the starry heavens. Before Xia Luo could even cry out, he tumbled to some unknown place. I never said to let you scram. Xiao Chen's white robes flashed. When he looked back, the remaining Xia clan cultivators were immediately frightened out of their wits, scattering in all directions. As the consummation quasi-emperor Zhen watched the Xia clan cultivators flee in a sorry state, Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The group of blue-robed emperors who came with Xiao Chen and were ready to help at any time were all stunned. Xiao Chen had actually defeated a great perfection blue-robed emperor. This was truly shocking. The further one went, the more difficult it would be to fight someone of a higher rank. This was especially true for the blue-robed emperor realm. The difference between a great accomplishment blue-robed emperor and a great perfection blue-robed emperor could be said to be like clouds and mud. They were not on the same level at all. Many blue-robed emperors were stuck at the advanced blue-robed emperor level for their entire lives. They were unable to break through to the perfect blue-robed emperor level because it was too difficult. However, at the same time, if one cleared this stage, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds, completely incomparable to the previous stages. As great perfection blue-robed emperors, they had been stuck at this stage for decades, even centuries. Hence, they had a deep understanding of the difference between them. Everyone had respectful expressions on their faces as they landed and asked, "Young Master Xiao, are you injured?" Xiao Chen circulated his energy and rested for a while, recovering some essence. Then he replied calmly, "I'm fine." Young Master Xiao is truly shocking. You defeated a consummation blue-robed emperor, consummation blue-robed emperor, as a great perfection blue-robed emperor. You put us old fellows to shame. When Xiao Chen heard these words of praise, he did not feel much joy in his heart. He said in a sober manner, "This is nothing. Among the consummation blue-robed emperors, this Wang Zhen is one of the weaker ones. Aside from luck, a large part of my victory was because he underestimated me." Yu Bingyan smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to be humble. Your strength is clear for all to see. There is no need to say too much. Let's see if the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave is below first, right?" Right. That is the proper matter. Right now, the scope is shrinking. Every hidden dragon has a high chance of being there. Who knows, the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave might be below, hiding the life and death art. At that time, if we take the lead, we will be able to enter before the other consummation blue-robed emperors. The group of people appeared very optimistic, chatting and laughing with great confidence. They all felt that they did not choose the wrong path by following behind Xiao Chen. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, several figures flashed in the air, arriving around the peak that Xiao Chen had his eyes on. When the many old men clearly saw the appearance of the newcomers, their expressions changed drastically. They muttered, "Jin Liangqi's group of consummation blue-robed emperors are actually all here." Xiao Chen looked up and saw a total of 5 groups of people. The leader of each group was a consummation blue-robed emperor. Aside from Jin Liangqi, Xiao Chen did not recognize the others. However, those people were no weaker than Jin Liangqi. Jin Liangqi was a peak consummation blue-robed emperor, much stronger than the Xia clan's Wang Jin. Just One such person would give Xiao Qin a headache. With 4 or 5 of them, he would not be able to deal with them head-on. Actually, the current situation was within Xiao Qin's expectations. As the search area shrank, the many blue-robed emperors searching everywhere would scatter and gather together. Xiao Qin estimated that there were only about 10 remaining choices. The Blood Sword Sovereign's cave would definitely be one of these 10 hidden dragon lands. Every one of them had a high chance of being there. No one was foolish enough to just watch someone else be one step ahead of them. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. Then, he left together with Yu Bingyan. Xiao Qin did not want to clash head-on with these consummation, blue-robed emperors. That would be too irrational. At least you are sensible. Jin Liangqi snorted coldly. After discussing with the other 4 consummation blue-robed emperors, they got the geomasters they brought to work together, executing a secret technique to split open the mountains and open the ground. Many people raised their heads in anticipation, filled with hope. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The dragon concealment ground was broken through. A spirit vein source turned into a roaming dragon and flew away on the clouds. This spirit vein was only a low-ranked one. The disappointed crowd ignored it, letting it drift away. Damn it, it's another empty cave. A stout consummation, blue-robed emperor in the sky could not help cursing. This person looked ferocious with a scar on his face. He carried a 9-ringed saber on his back. His name was Xin Xiao. In the Blackwater Sea, Shen Xiao was known as the Smiling Saber Demon. His infamy spread far and wide, and his means were extremely cruel. Upon hearing Shen Xiao's cursing, several great perfection blue-robed emperors felt some fear, not daring to say anything. Let's go. There are only 9 places left. If we search them one by one, we will eventually find them. Jin Liangqi glanced at Xiao Qin casually. Then he left with the other consummation blue-robed emperors, rushing to the next dragon vein. Young Master Xiao, what should we do now? These consummation blue-robed emperors are clearly working together. The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Qin somewhat anxiously. Xiao Qin did not have any good ideas, either. These people were not benevolent people. Clearly, they would not allow others to search for the dragon vein before them. Earlier, Xiao Qin had sensed several cold-killing intents at the foot of the mountain range. If someone else brought a geomaster to search for the dragon vein, they would definitely suffer the attacks of these people. If one wanted to join the other party, one needed to be at least a consummation blue-robed emperor's cultivation. Otherwise, they would not be able to get a share of the spoils for free. Either we follow them and see if we can fish in troubled waters, seeking fortuitous encounters. However, it is extremely dangerous, so we have to be mentally prepared for a massacre. Otherwise, we can give up early. You have already gained a small harvest along the way. It is not a loss. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin suggested 2 options. The group of blue-robed emperors all pondered this carefully. Most of them made up their minds. After saying goodbye to Xiao Qin, they chased after the group, hoping to fish in troubled waters and find a chance of survival. Only a few people felt that there was no chance and left in advance. Although they were not satisfied, they had no other choice. No matter how tempting the life and death art was, it was not as important as their lives. If they lost their lives, how could they be Emperor Wu? Soon, only Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyan were left at the foot of the vast mountain range. Yu Bingyan looked at the many great perfection blue-robed emperors in the air and withdrew her gaze. Then she looked at Xiao Qin and asked, "What is your choice?" Xiao Qin replied calmly, "You and I both have trump cards to protect ourselves. Naturally, it is the first choice. However, right now I need to recuperate." After saying that, Xiao Qin sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated the purple thunder divine incantation to recover quickly. While the earlier battle with Wang Zhen looked easy, he had actually exhausted a lot of energy. He had already drained 2/3 of his law energy. The consummation blue-robed emperor had merged his soul with the heavenly seal. His holy body was one step closer to Emperor Wu's golden body and no longer had many weak points. Xiao Chen's ability to resist damage had increased significantly. He needed to burst out with his usual attacks in the shortest time possible, crippling or injuring the other party. Otherwise, in a drawn-out battle, the one at a disadvantage would be Xiao Chen. However, there were many benefits to this battle. The most obvious was the increase in his confidence and the experience of fighting a consummation, blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen thought about how Lung Xiaofan had led a consummation, blue-robed emperor from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace and beaten him to the point where he could not retaliate. Even when Xiao Chen used Neptune's crown, he had only managed to defeat the other party through trickery. Now, Xiao Chen relied on his own strength to defeat a consummation, blue-robed emperor head-on, forcing the other party to flee. For hours later, as the purple thunder divine incantation circulated frantically, Xiao Chen's law energy recovered to its original state, returning him to his peak. His sharp aura was even stronger. The reserved tyranny in his eyes startled Yu Bingyun slightly. Yu Bingyun could not help comparing Xiao Chen to the young treasure master, Yiling, who hid himself the deepest in the heavenly starry ocean. Right now, Xiao Chen probably did not know that his actions in the Four Seas Hero Gathering had severely damaged the luck of the surrounding outstanding talents, helping Yiling greatly. This allowed Yiling to dominate the heavenly starry ocean, providing him with great convenience and establishing a difficult opponent for Yu Bingyun. Let me see how far they have progressed. Xiao Chen stood up and flew to the top of a 30-kilometer tall mountain peak. Then he opened his heavenly eye and looked into the distance. Immediately, he saw everything within 500 kilometers. Every flower, every tree, every blade of grass, every tree, every insect, bird, beast, mountain, river, everything appeared. Nothing could escape Xiao Chen's heavenly eye. Suddenly, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He felt a strong gaze on him. It seemed to have discovered his gaze, so he quickly closed his heavenly eye. However, it was already too late. The expert's gaze contained the other party's cold and emotionless sword intent. Blood appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. Chapter 1158. The expression of Yu Bingyun, who flew up as well, changed. Then, she quickly helped the staggering Xiao Chen up. What's going on? Xiao Chen's expression turned somewhat unsightly. After he calmed himself, his complexion flushed red. He frowned and said, "There is a half-step Emperor Wu in closed-door cultivation in the hidden dragon lands. It will be even more difficult to obtain the life and death art." In the western part of Blackwater Island, on a majestic snowy mountain that was extremely close to the border, a middle-aged man radiating sword intent sat cross-legged at the summit of the tallest mountain. A bone-chilling cold wind blew, and a snowstorm raged endlessly. Despite the harsh environment, the hemp-robed swordsman's expression remained the same. The ice and snow that fell on him did not melt or accumulate. Instead, they flowed down like water, flowing naturally and mysteriously. This snowy mountain was the tallest mountain in the entire Blackwater Island. The temperature at the summit was negative hundreds of degrees Celsius all year round. Aside from some horrifying spirit beasts that lived on ice and snow, there was nothing else that attracted people. Under normal circumstances, no one would come here to suffer for no reason. Of course, some cultivators who cultivated ice-attributed states were an exception, such as this hemp-robed swordsman who had been in seclusion for 100 years. The hemp-robed swordsman looked into the distance, and his lips curled up in a cold smile. He said indifferently, "Your reaction is pretty good. You managed to save your eyes." If Xiao Chen had guessed right, this hemp-robed swordsman was the mysterious half-step Emperor Wu who injured Xiao Chen's heavenly eye with just one gaze. You should rejoice that you saw me 100 years later. If it were 100 years ago, it would not have been so simple to pry into my seclusion." The hemp-robed snorted coldly and closed his eyes again. Then he continued to cultivate at the summit, comprehending the peak of the ice sword soul. However, he didn't close his eyes for long before he opened them again. This time, it could be seen that when he opened his eyes, there was a strange light in them. This time, his eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty, killing intent. A cold aura spread out from his body, causing the wind and snow to freeze. The entire scene suddenly froze. Ka, 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 ka. The instant the hemp-robed swordsman stood up, the snowflakes filling the air exploded, shattered by countless sword intents. There's really no end to this. 100 years have passed. Have the people of Blackwater Island forgotten my name, Bing Shuejian? He sensed that many people were flying over the entire snowy mountain range, and there were still people coming in an endless stream. All of them were at the blue-robed emperor level of cultivation. The ones who had come were naturally the group of great perfection blue-robed emperors, represented by Jin Liangqi and the smiling saber demon. Behind them were hundreds and thousands of great perfection and small perfection blue-robed emperors who wanted to fish in troubled waters. The life and death art could condense a heart of an emperor in advance, making these blue-robed emperors willing to risk their lives to come and fight for their lives. Jin Liangqi and the rest traveled over land and water before finally arriving at the foot of the snowy mountain. Looking at the peak that pierced through the clouds, he said, "The western part of Blackwater Island. This is the last hidden dragon land. The blood sword sovereigns dwelling from 50,000 years ago must be in there." The smiling saber demon, Xin Shao, grinned and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's make our move. It will not be easy. A massacre happened here 100 years ago. A mysterious swordsman killed all the ice-attributed cultivators cultivating in seclusion in the entire mountain range. I wonder if they are still here," a rather old man said. An old man said, "This person was called Old Tai because of his body refinement technique, causing his body to be as tough as an iron wall. After advancing to consummation blue-robed emperor, he became even more difficult to deal with, earning him the nickname Old Iron." That's right. I still remember that massacre even to this day. It seems to be the Ice Sword Sovereign's first disciple, Bing Shuejian, who betrayed his sect, another old man said. Jin Liangqi said, after some thought, 100 years have passed, and there has been no news of this person. He probably left already. Even if he is still here, with so many of us, we might not be afraid of him. That's right. Even if he is here, we have to kill him back. Does he really think that he is the king of this snowy mountain? The smiling saber demon said with a sinister expression. The temptation of the life and death art was too great. The few consummation blue-robed emperors discussed it for a while and decided to make a move. The 5 geomasters listened to the orders and immediately executed their dragon-seeking arts, preparing to attack the hidden dragons. 10 kilometers away, Fei Lengi, who was hidden in the wind and snow, entered deep thought as he looked at the snowy mountain. He said softly, "To think that the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave is here. It looks like it is impossible to obtain the secret technique alone. However, this is fine as well. If I work with Bing Shuejian, I will be more confident of dealing with this group of people. If I use the jadeite, I can destroy this Bing Shuejian alone. In the end, the life and death art will still be grasped by one person." Fei Lingi had been secretly paying attention to the movements of the life and death art. After he recovered from his injuries, he came out of closed-door cultivation and followed behind this group of treasure seekers. Fei Lingi had failed his tribulation once. Without any special fortuitous encounter, he would never be able to advance to martial emperor in this lifetime. This blood sword sovereign's life and death art was his fortuitous encounter. He wanted the life and death art more than anyone else. As the geomasters made their move, strands of dragon, chi, surged out of the ground. Everyone knew that this was already the last hidden dragon ground in the vast western region. As the blue-robed emperor watched the soaring dragon Qi, he became very nervous. Cassie. However, just at this extremely tense moment, a scarlet sword light silently appeared in the snow, filling the air. Before the 5 Geomasters could react, this sword light chopped off their heads. Who is it? The expressions of Jin Liangqi and the others changed drastically as they retreated. They instantly raised their guard and released their auras, showing anxious expressions. This strand of sword Qi was too strange. Unexpectedly, it managed to silently kill 5 Geomasters right before their eyes. Even if this person was not a half-step Emperor Wu, he was still stronger than them. Such a scene sent a chill down the backs of the blue-robed emperor, who was preparing to fish in troubled waters, feeling some lingering fear. Since you know my name, you still dare to come and send yourselves to death. You are all extraordinarily bold. A figure slowly appeared in the wind and snow. When the silhouette became clear, this figure took one step and arrived before Jin Liangqi and the others. Bing Xuejian, Jin Liangqi, and the others immediately felt their scalps go numb. Unexpectedly, at the final step, they still ran into the person they did not want to see the most. The smiling saber demon showed an anxious expression. Although he said that he would press forward courageously, he did not have much confidence when facing this Bing Xuejian. With the 5 working together, they actually had a 50-50 chance of victory against Bing Xuejian. However, the 5 of them were not kind people. They did not trust each other, making it hard for them to work together. If they really fought, they would definitely be defeated and flee. Some of them might even lose their lives. Jin Liangqi was rather calm. He said sullenly, "Senior is too serious. If we knew that Senior was here, we would not have dared to be rash. In that case, scram." Bing Xuejian interrupted coldly. The 5 showed unsightly expressions. Jin Liangqi suppressed the rage in his heart and said, "We have conclusive evidence that a Saber Emperor's cave is hidden at the foot of this mountain range. The treasures in there are of some use to us. However, they are of no help to a swordsman like Senior." "Ha ha ha! Jin Liangqi, don't you blush when you lie?" Amid loud laughter, Fei Lingyi gave off a boundless aura, sending the wind and snow flying everywhere. He moved 1 kilometer with each step, arriving before the group in 10 steps. Bing Xuejian, the cave where the legendary blood sword sovereign once cultivated, is hidden at the foot of this mountain range. The life and death art is probably in there. You are also someone who failed the great tribulation of wind and fire. How could the life and death art be useless to you? Fei Lingyi smiled widely, feeling very pleased with himself. The sorrow from that day no longer showed on his face. Now he regained his former arrogance and tyranny. The moment Fei Lingyi spoke, he did not show any mercy, exposing Jin Liangqi and the others. Jin Liangqi and the others looked at Fei Lingyi, gritting their teeth in hatred. However, they could not do anything about it. They could only curse at Fei Lingyi. Fei Lingyi did not even look at Jin Liangqi and the others. He continued, "How about it? Are you interested in coming with me to explore this blood sword sovereign's cave? The 2 of us can be considered to be in the same boat, able to ascend to martial emperor together." "Naturally, I am interested," Bing Xuejian said indifferently. Fei Lingyi laughed loudly, and he unleashed the aura of a half-step Emperor Wu. "Good. In that case, work with me and get rid of these flies first." The moment Fei Lingyi said that, he immediately caused a huge commotion. Panic spread everywhere. Even if everyone knew that Bing Xuejian was here, they would not be so panicked. 1 half-step Emperor Wu would not be able to slaughter everyone here. However, 2 half-step Emperor Wu working together would be more than enough to chase them all away. Jin Liangqi and the others felt dissatisfied. They looked at Bing Xuejian with a final trace of hope. Although they felt that hope was slim, they still hoped for a chance to turn things around. Fei Lingyi appeared very confident. He had interacted with Bing Xuejian before and knew what kind of person he was. He would definitely agree to his request. However, unexpectedly, the hemp-robed swordsman smiled coldly and said, "Fei Lingyi, you seem to be mistaken. I am definitely interested in the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave. However, I have no interest in working with you. How could I not know what you are planning?" Fei Lingyi's expression turned cold as he said, "Bing Xuejian, are you out of your mind?" Jin Liangqi heaved a sigh of relief. Then he took the opportunity to smile and say, "Manor Lord, don't overthink. Everyone knows that you have the jadeite. Without us restraining him, Senior Bing Xuejian would not be a match for you. In the end, you would still obtain the life and death art. That's right, given your tyrannical character, you absolutely would not think of sharing the life and death art. In your heart, you believe that it belongs to you," the smiling saber demon said at the same time. Bing Xuejian did not say anything. Clearly, he agreed with what these people said. The sudden reversal of the situation ruined Fei Lingyi's plan. "Manor Lord Fei, actually there is no need to be so exclusive. Everyone obtain the life and death art together. Wouldn't it be better to share it? Furthermore, we do not know what dangers there are in the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave. Before we enter, we are already panicking. That is not a good sign." The older old Tai acted as a mediator, advising at an appropriate time. Indeed, the Blood Sword Sovereign was a demon mixed blood. He was terrifyingly strong, known as the most dazzling, legendary martial emperor of the Black Sea. The Blood Sword Sovereign's cave would not be smooth sailing. There would definitely be many unknown dangers. Chapter 1159. Fei Lingyi thought for a long time before saying, "I will not lower myself to your level for now." Jin Liangqi smiled and said, "That's good. Everyone is happy. However, now that the Geomasters are dead, it will be somewhat difficult to enter the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave, which is buried deep underground. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Let's work together and tear open this mountain range and the ground," Bing Xuejian said calmly and casually. Jin Liangqi hesitated before saying, "It is not difficult to work together. However, isn't it a little inappropriate to exhaust law energy like that?" Bing Xuejian revealed a disdainful expression. Then he drew an ice blood sword and said, "I'll do the main force. You all just provide support from the side." After Bing Xuejian spoke, he turned around and hacked at the tall mountain peak. A scarlet sword light flickered on the sword. The sword light was like a pillar reaching the sky and the ground. It also contained an unparalleled, bone-chilling sword intent, making one's hair stand on end. Several of the blue-robed emperors thought to themselves, "This Bing Xuejian's sword soul has reached at least 70% comprehension. It is a true great perfection sword soul." Furthermore, Bing Xuejian raised the will of ice to its limits, perfectly merging it with the sword soul without any openings. Before the shocked gazes of the many blue-robed emperors, this scarlet sword light chopped the tall mountain peak in half. Then a loud sound rang out, and the mountain peak collapsed. The collapse of the snowy mountain caused a chain reaction. Endless avalanches occurred in the mountain range. The rumbling continued, and the ground within 100 miles shook. It was like an earthquake. Fei Lingyi, Jin Liangqi, and the others made their move after that. They worked together and uprooted the ground under the mountain range. Incomparably large chunks of soil floated in the air, covering the sky. Dust and snow flew everywhere. The entire scene was chaotic. When the chaos stopped, the tall mountain was no longer there. Instead, a huge pit 10 kilometers deep appeared. At the bottom of the pit was a half-open hole, attracting everyone's attention. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Figures flickered, quickly flashing towards the entrance of the cave. Needless to say, this cave was definitely the entrance to the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave. The more than 1,000 blue-robed emperors who were trying to fish in troubled waters had a thought and immediately followed. In an instant, everyone was gone. The originally lively surface of the snowy mountain was no longer a living person. After a while, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared at the edge of the huge pit. The man was dressed in white and had delicate features. He exuded an indescribable sense of loneliness and arrogance. He clearly didn't have any expression on his face, but he gave off the feeling that he was even colder than this land of ice and snow. The woman was as beautiful as a flower. This flower was as pure as ice and as clean as jade, even more otherworldly than white snow. There was a natural air to her beautiful appearance, making her look like a fairy. Standing in this land of ice and snow, she exuded boundless charm. Ordinary men wouldn't even dare to look straight at her. They didn't have the courage to look directly at that celestial face. Naturally, this man and woman were Shao, Chen, and Yubingyan. After learning that a half-step emperor would interfere in the matter of searching for the cave, the two became much more cautious. The two of them were much more cautious and did not rush to the front lines. Instead, they followed behind everyone and quietly observed the development of the situation. He had seen everything that had happened earlier clearly. Things are really getting more complicated. Unexpectedly, two half-step emperor appeared. The difficulty of obtaining the life and death art has increased. Although Yubingyan's expression did not look optimistic, she did not show any despair. Furthermore, she only said that it would be more difficult. Shao Chen looked at her and said, "Now that things have reached this point, shouldn't you tell me what your trump card is?" Yubingyan smiled sweetly and said, "You will know when the time comes. I owe you a favor for the heavenly origin pill. This time, I will definitely do my best to help you obtain the Blood Sword Sovereign's life and death art. You can rest assured." Since Yubingyan said that, Shao Chen did not insist. He looked at the dark cave entrance and prepared to go in. Suddenly he frowned and said, "There's a bloody smell." "I smell it as well. However, it is quite normal, right? Those who are not strong enough will try to fish in troubled waters. After entering this cave, they will inevitably get injured." Shao Chen shook his head and said, "That's not normal. The amount of blood these people lost is very abnormal. It is much more than a regular death. Otherwise, the bloody smell in the air would not be so thick. This place is very strange. Be careful when you enter." Holding the lunar shadow saber, Shao Chen took the lead and flew towards the cave entrance. When the two arrived before the dark cave entrance, the bloody smell became even thicker, almost choking their nostrils and making them feel uncomfortable. After walking for a while, expensive illumination stones appeared above the cave entrance, illuminating the space. The walls on the left and right were very flat, with clear signs of carvings. As they walked further in, some murals appeared on the walls. Based on the rough markings, they should be the Blood Sword Sovereign's casual work. Most of the murals were of people dancing with swords. Shao Chen stretched out his hand and caressed the figure in the murals. A jagged sword intent penetrated the murals and entered Shao Chen's mind. The person in the murals seemed to come to life as he charged at Shao Chen. Shao Chen quickly let go and took a few steps back. The lightning saber soul in his sea of consciousness surged out with a thought and shattered the sword intent flying out of the murals. When Shao Chen looked at the murals again, he felt astonished. The Blood Sword Sovereign's casual work still had such might after 50,000 years. This was truly shocking. If Shao Chen were a swordsman, he would definitely stop and study it. He would definitely gain a lot. Perhaps his sword soul might even grow stronger. Unfortunately, Shao Chen was a bladesman. Although the murals were wondrous, they were not very useful to him. As the two continued forward, there were more and more forks in the road. Shao Qin wondered what the blood sword sovereign was thinking back then, making a cave for cultivation so luxurious and complicated. Amid the heavy stench of blood, the two finally saw the first corpse. The corpse belonged to an old man. This old man's entire body was already dried, his skin and bones connected. His eyeballs were deeply sunken in, and there were large, dried bloodstains on his neck. Qin carefully examined the wound on the old man's neck and discovered 2 bloody holes. It looked like sharp teeth had bitten through it. There were many blood-sucking, ferocious beasts in the Kunlun realm. Qin knew of at least 3 of them. However, when Qin and Yu Bingyun saw this scene and the wounds, they immediately thought of another possibility. Blood demons, one of the 18 demon races of the deep abyss demonic world. Furthermore, they were not low-ranked blood demons. Otherwise, they would not have teeth. No wonder the stench of blood was so heavy. With these blood demons around, it would be strange if the stench was not heavy. It looks like the rumors are true. The blood sword sovereign is indeed a mixed blood of humans and demons. Furthermore, he is one of the mysterious blood demons of the demonic world, Yu Bingyun said. Qin looked up and was about to say something when he suddenly saw a shadow silently appear above the cave entrance, heading towards Yu Bingyun. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Qin did not even think. He quickly drew his saber and chopped the descending shadow in half. After the shadow split in half and landed on the ground, it quickly merged back together, forming an ugly humanoid monster with sharp teeth. Its body was covered in wrinkles, and it gave off a heavy stench of blood. This appearance was very different from the blood demons that Qin remembered. Completely different. Clumps of shadows descended from the cave entrance, and many similar blood-sucking monsters appeared. They surrounded Qin and Yu Bingyun in the rather vast stone room. With a rough count, there were at least 20 of these monsters. Qin and Yu Bingyun did not dare to be careless. Even the blue-robed emperor fell at the hands of these blood-sucking monsters. There had to be something extraordinary about them. The two stood back to back, cautiously looking around, keeping their guard up. "Thank you for your help," Yu Bingyun said gratefully as a ribbon appeared in her hand. Qin had already drawn his lunar shadow saber. He said calmly, "There is no need to say so much. Let's deal with the trouble before us first." These blood-sucking monsters all stared at the two with bloodshot eyes. Disgusting liquid leaked out of the corners of their mouths as they hissed, looking like they would pounce over at any moment. Whoosh! 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 Black shadows flickered. After probing for a while, these blood-sucking monsters turned into clumps of light and quickly launched themselves at the two. They were so fast that only their shadows could be seen. Qin activated the fleeting shadow glove, and sparks flickered on his saber. He infused his lightning saber soul into it, sending out an impenetrable saber light. The saber light flickered, and electricity crackled. Qin chopped off the arms and heads of the blood-sucking monsters that pounced over, sending them flying. None of them could get close to him. However, Yu Bingyun was even more violent than Qin. The ribbon in her hand shot out with a whoosh, even faster than the blood-sucking monsters. The ribbon struck every blood-sucking monster that pounced at Yu Bingyun. Their heads exploded in an instant and blood spurted out. In this high-speed clash, the two knocked back the 20-odd blood-sucking monsters. They fell to the ground, wriggling, missing their arms and heads. They did not seem as difficult to deal with as Qin had imagined. It looked like they were just some low-level monsters. The truly difficult ones were yet to come. However, just as the two were about to release their bated breath, the blood-sucking monsters on the ground suddenly leaped up. Arms and heads quickly grew back. Their expressions turned sinister as they bared their fangs and launched themselves at the two again. After this happened 3 times, the two's expressions changed. Are these monsters unkillable? Qin, these might be human cultivators who were bitten by the blood demons. I don't know what happened to them, but they mutated. As Xiao Chun knocked back the blood-sucking monsters flying over, he quickly asked, "Is there any way to deal with them?" "Not yet. They should have been bitten by the blood sword sovereign. Otherwise, they would not be so difficult to deal with." When Xiao Chun heard that, he entered deep thought. This cannot continue. Although he did not believe that there were monsters that could never be killed, if they continued fighting like this, they would not be able to reach the depths of the cave. "I have to think of a way." As Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered, he thought of switching to a saber soul of another attribute. He wondered if it would be effective. Aside from the lightning saber soul, the saber souls that Xiao Chen was most proficient with were the death saber soul and the destruction saber soul. He wondered if the death saber soul would have an unexpected effect on these monsters. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen switched out the powerful lightning saber soul. Then he extracted the state of death from the cycle banner and merged it with the saber soul. Chapter 1160. When the saber, shrouded in black smoke, chopped down, the blood-sucking monster that Xiao Chen struck let out sharp cries of pain. As the death saber intent swept through the blood-sucking monster, its body rapidly shriveled up. "It's effective." Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. His saber light flashed as he hacked down 3 times, thoroughly finishing off this blood-sucking monster. "Stand behind me." With confidence, Xiao Chen said to Yu Bingyan, preparing to clean up these monsters in one fell swoop. Although Yu Bingyan did not know what Xiao Chen was planning, she still chose to believe him. She put away the ribbons and quickly stood behind him. "Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years." Xiao Chen shouted and executed the disordered dance of 1,000 years that he had not used in a long time. Although this martial technique was of a lower rank, it was most suitable for large-scale chaotic battles. Executing this move with the death saber soul was perfect for dealing with these blood-sucking monsters. Miserable shrieks rang out as Xiao Chen moved with the wind. With every step he took, he sent out 49 saber lights. The stone room was filled with the after-images of his saber lights. Miserable cries rang out. By the time Xiao Chen withdrew his saber, not a single blood-sucking monster remained standing. They were all dead, their life force severed. Yu Bingyan entered deep thought. Feeling somewhat surprised, she said, "Unexpectedly, the state of death has such a miraculous effect on these monsters. It looks like this place will be of help to you." Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen happened to know the state of death and could find the weakness of these blood-sucking monsters? To others, these monsters were very troublesome. However, to Xiao Chen, they were just ordinary blood demon monsters. Xiao Chen's expression did not relax. He shook his head and said, "That might not be the case. My state of death has not advanced to a will yet. It is not a problem for me to deal with these small fries. However, if I run into something stronger, it will be problematic. Furthermore, the power of the world that those consummation blue-robed emperors can drive is boundlessly horrifying. These small fries might not be able to stop them. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go quickly. This cave is too deep, and there are too many forks. We have to find the life and death art quickly." With Xiao Chen's death saber soul paving the way, the two of them proceeded at a much faster pace. As the number of forks increased, the great perfection blue-robed emperor, Bing Xuejian, and Fei Lingyi, who were walking at the very front, slowly parted ways. At an intersection, the smiling saber demon brandished his 9-ringed sword and chopped 3 blood-sucking monsters, blocking his way into several pieces. After the monster fused, a cruel smile appeared on its face, and it continued to attack. Every saber strike carried a strong force, pulverizing the blood-sucking monster's internal organs. After this happened 3 times, the blood-sucking monster on the ground no longer moved. The smiling saber demon snorted coldly, "You are just trash, yet you want to kill me?" However, he did not know that after he left, the blood-sucking monsters on the ground began to slowly and arduously merge back together. They did not die as he had expected. Bing Xuejian's expression was cold as he walked down the passageway. When he saw some paintings that he was interested in, he would occasionally stop and carefully study them. The sword intent in the paintings allowed him to gain a lot every time. How unfortunate. If I had entered this cave several hundred years earlier, I would not have failed my tribulation of wind and fire. Although Xiao Chen had gained a lot, his cultivation had already reached this level, so he could not provide much substantial help. If Xiao Chen had come in when he first became the blue-robed emperor, he would have improved greatly by just looking at a few of the paintings and absorbing the sword intent in them. A blood-sucking monster charged at Bing Xuejian, who was looking at the paintings. Bing Xuejian did not even look at it, just casually stabbing out with his sword. A boundless, icy sword intent surged out, and the blood-sucking monster did not even have time to cry out before it scattered, turning into ice pearls on the ground, splitting into tens of thousands of pieces. The icy sword intent contained in the ice pearls shot out again, breaking every ice pearl into tens of thousands of pieces and turning them into nothing. Xiao Chen's tyrannical sword soul flabbergasted everyone, appearing to be unimaginably strong. The other blood-sucking monsters in the passageway seemed to sense how difficult Bing Xuejian was to deal with. They all gave way, not daring to offend this person. Bing Xuejian glanced at the blood-sucking monsters that left and smiled coldly. I can't kill you. Even someone who cultivated the golden body of Emperor Wu can die. What more, you monsters? Fei Lingyi walked in the passageway of the cave with a calm expression. Many blood-sucking monsters flew over and chopped them in half. They were all cut in half by his sword. His sword was wrapped in a jade-like green light. Green crystals appeared on the wounds of the blood-sucking monsters that were cut in half, covering the entire wound. No matter how hard they tried, the two halves of their bodies could not fuse back together. Those green crystals continued to spread and permeate the blood-sucking monsters' bodies. After a while, their entire bodies crystallized. Fei Lingyi sheathed his sword, and crunching sounds rang out. All the blood-sucking monsters on the ground shattered into green crystals. Kassier! 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 Fei Lingyi stepped on these crystals, causing them to crackle and shatter upon contact. The reason for such a strange scene was not because Fei Lingyi's sword soul had any special effects. Instead, it was because he used a portion of the jade green starstone's energy. Although these blood-sucking monsters could not injure him, his sword soul was slightly weaker than Bing Xuejian's. With Fei Lingyi's own strength, he could not kill these blood-sucking monsters so easily. However, after using the jade green starstone, it was as easy as flipping his hand. He could finish off a large group with one move. Feeling that Fei Lingyi was difficult to deal with, the remaining blood-sucking monsters in the cave scattered in a fluster, searching for new targets. Seeing these blood-sucking monsters retreat, Fei Lingyi frowned slightly. These should be the food that the blood sword sovereign reared in captivity back then. They are all unpardonably evil people. However, they are not very strong. If I run into a blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster, it will be difficult to deal with. However, I have the jade green starstone. Compared to Bing Xuejian, I still have a great advantage. As Fei Lingyi walked and saw these murals, his expression mirrored Bing Xuejian's, one of extreme pity. To a swordsman, the blood sword sovereign's casual work from 50,000 years ago was still a rare treasure. Unfortunately, Fei Lingyi was now a half-step Emperor Wu. Under the situation where his cultivation could not increase, his sword Dao was no weaker than some minor heavenly Emperor Wu's. The sword intent contained in the murals was not of much help to Fei Lingyi. However, if Fei Lingyi was lucky, he might be able to find a mural that the blood sword sovereign made wholeheartedly. That should be of great help. As Fei Lingyi walked, he saw a stone room on the left side of the passageway. He pushed the door open and entered. Then he drew his sword and a jade-green sword light containing a vast sword intent swept through the stone room. Miserable cries rang out. When the sword chi finished sweeping through the room, all the blood-sucking monsters lying in the room were dead. Fei Lingy sized up the stone room and revealed a disappointed expression. He did not see a prayer mat in there. This meant that this was not the Blood Sword Sovereign's cultivation room, but a storage room. After searching for a while, Fei Lingy found a stone chest. Essence stones! After opening the chest, Fei Lingy's eyes lit up. However, they quickly dimmed. Essence stones were heaven-earth crystals produced by King's spirit veins. They were essential for Emperor Wu's daily cultivation. Things that were exceptionally precious to ordinary people were useless to Fei Lingy. After failing the tribulation, Fei Lingy's cultivation could no longer increase. I'll put them away first. If I successfully find the life and death art, I might still have a chance of becoming Emperor Wu. At that time, these essence stones will be useful. Fei Lingy consoled himself. Then he placed the 100 essence stones in his spatial ring in a good mood. As the half-step Emperor Wu and the consummation blue-robed Emperor walked through the passageway unimpeded and gained many benefits, the small perfection blue-robed Emperor and the great perfection blue-robed Emperor were in a somewhat dismal mood. As for the small perfection blue-robed Emperor and the great perfection blue-robed Emperor, who followed Fei Lingy in, their fates were somewhat bleak. The great perfection blue-robed Emperor was still fine. However, when the small perfection blue-robed Emperor met with the blood-sucking monsters, he had no chance of survival. There were already quite a number of people who wanted to retreat. To them, this place had already become hell. When facing the unkillable blood-sucking monsters, there was nothing they could do. If they ran into them, they could only wait for death. Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun's journey was rather smooth. Later, Xiao Chun thought of a way to spread out his state of death. Then, those blood-sucking monsters took the initiative to avoid them. There seems to be the sound of fighting in front, Yu Bingyun said. After walking for a long time, they had heard many sounds of fighting. This time, Yu Bingyun spoke up because she found the sounds familiar. Xiao Chun listened attentively for a moment, then said, "It's the group that first followed us. Let's go and take a look." With a flash, Xiao Chun appeared in a spacious stone room. He saw the black-clad old man who had made a bet with him. The black-clad old man was leading a group of 10 people as they struggled to block the attacks of the blood-sucking monster. The sounds of intense fighting and the cultivators with vigorous chi and blood attracted the blood-sucking monsters. The number of blood-sucking monsters surrounding them had already reached 100. Facing these blood-sucking monsters that they were unable to kill no matter what they did, their foreheads were covered in sweat, and their bodies were riddled with injuries. Brother Xiao Qin, retreat quickly. These blood-sucking monsters can't be killed. When the black-robed old man saw Xiao Qin, there was no joy on his face. He asked Xiao Chun to retreat first. "It's okay. Just hold on for a while." After saying a simple sentence, Xiao Qin rushed in and released his death sword soul. The blood-sucking monsters in the way could not last one move against Xiao Qin. They were easily dealt with in one exchange, chopped into pieces, their life force severed, unable to revive. After a few breaths, Xiao Qin killed all the blood-sucking monsters in the stone room, forcing them to flee. None of them dared to linger. Xiao Qin did not chase after them. After he helped this group of Emperor Wu out of danger, he sheathed his saber. Such a scene was very shocking. The blood-sucking monsters that they could not kill no matter what they did were like chopping vegetables in Xiao Chen's hands, killing them cleanly. The black-clad old man and the others were somewhat speechless, unable to understand. Xiao Chen said honestly, "These blood-sucking monsters are afraid of the state of death. It can be considered their weakness. I was fortunate enough to know some of the state of death. Only then did the others understand." So that was what happened. The black-clad old man heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled bitterly and said, Brother Xiao I should have listened to you earlier and not gotten involved in this mess. Chapter 1161. Xiao Chen glanced at the horrifying corpses on the ground. Many of them were people he was familiar with. They had chatted happily with him, but in the end they still died because of greed. It could not be said that they were greedy. It was just that the Emperor's path was rugged. If they fell on the path of fortuitous encounters, they would add another pile of corpses to the road to martial Emperor. After sizing up the remaining old men, Xiao Qin said, "I'll send you back to the cave." When the black-clad old man heard that, he felt gratified. He waved his hand and said, "There's no need. If we flee at full speed, these blood-sucking monsters will not be able to catch us in the passageway. This time we got trapped because of greed. We were trapped in the stone room, unable to get out. There seemed to be more to this." Xiao Qin raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you mean?" One of the old men pulled out a stone box. After he opened it, a dazzling light came out. "These are essence stones." Yu Bingyun immediately recognized them. She exclaimed with some shock, "There are so many of them. There are more than 100. The black-clad old man said with some embarrassment, "That's not all. There are a few more stone boxes behind. In total, there are more than 1,000. We killed each other because of these essence stones. That's how the blood-sucking monsters found an opportunity to surround us in the secret room. Otherwise, we would not have been unable to even charge out." Only now did Xiao Qin discover that most of the wounds on the group were from weapons, fists, and kicks. "Brother Xiao Qin, you saved our lives. We do not want these essence stones anymore. Goodbye. If you need any help in the future, just let this old man know." The group was deeply affected, feeling depressed. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Qin, they left the stone room, wanting to leave this cave as soon as possible. As Xiao Qin watched the group leave and the corpses on the ground, he felt complicated. The Emperor's road was truly littered with corpses. These blue-robed emperors were people who could summon the wind and summon the rain outside. Wherever they went, they would receive the highest treatment, becoming an overlord of a region. Unfortunately, that most sacred emperor's door, the temptation was too great. It could make people forget about life and death and continue to chase after it. One day, would he also fall on this road of emperor? It became an inconspicuous wave in the endless sea of corpses. People stepped on it and walked forward. What do we do with these origin essence stones? Clearly, Yu Bingyun was interested in this essence stone as well. This was a special crystal that came with a king's spirit vein. Even Emperor Wu had a use for it. To blue-robed emperor cultivators, it was naturally even more useful. It was not strange for Yu Bingyun to be tempted. Xiao Qin did not think much of it. He said calmly, "Since you agreed to help me deal with Bing Shuejian and Fei Lingyi, we will split these essence stones equally then." Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "Half each? That's too greedy. Just give me one chest. My luck is pretty good. To think that there are so many essence stones in this stone room. Ha ha ha. They are all mine, Xinjiao's." Suddenly, an uninvited guest appeared at the entrance of the stone room. It was the infamous, smiling saber demon. The expressions of Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun could not help but change at the same time. The smiling saber demon was a peak existence of the consummation blue-robed emperor. His strength was more than a level or two higher than Wang Zhen's, the same as Jin Liangqi's. The difference between the two was clearly displayed on the testing stele in front of the heavenly cauldron pavilion. 1 9-star and 1 3-star. Scram, then. I only give people one chance. I will never give them a second chance. The smiling saber demon put down his 9-ringed saber and smiled coldly. The scars on his saber wiggled, and his sinister expression inspired fear. Xiao Qin and Yu Bingyun quickly sent voice projections. After a few simple words, they quickly made a decision. One word. Kill. The ribbon in Yu Bingyun's hand flew towards the smiling saber demon. In her hand, the soft ribbon was as hard as a dragon and as agile as a swallow. You overestimate yourself. The smiling saber demon stretched out his hand and grabbed the ribbon. It was like he was grabbing the neck of a dragon. Then he grabbed it with both hands and yanked. The smiling saber demon wanted to pull Yu Bingyun into the air and kill her with one saber strike. However, how could Yu Bingyun's means be so simple? Yu Bingyun's pretty eyes turned cold as she released the ribbon in her right hand and formed hand seals. In that instant, hundreds of colorful ribbons shot towards the smiling saber demon as Yu Bingyun formed hand seals. As the ribbons flew, Yu Bingyun spun her feet and leaped around, performing a graceful dance. The hundreds of ribbons turned into thousands of different poses, trapping the smiling saber demon for a short time. Xiao Qin took advantage of this opportunity to make his move. His figure flashed, and he stepped on the ribbons, charging at the smiling saber demon. The instant Xiao Qin drew his saber, he executed the flawless bright moon that he was familiar with. At the same time, he did not hold back at all with his 50% comprehended saber soul. If Xiao Qin held back against such an opponent, he would be asking for trouble. You are still too inexperienced to play with the saber with me. The smiling saber demon laughed maniacally and executed an inferior grade, profound martial technique with his 9-ringed saber, clashing with the saber. Bang! The two sabers clashed, sending out countless sparks. Saber intent flew everywhere, shredding Yu Bingyun's ribbons into pieces. Xiao Qin pushed off the ground and took 3 steps back. Then he stood on the ribbons once more. However, the smiling saber demon, whose cultivation was higher than Xiao Qin's, took 10 steps back. His face filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, 50% comprehended saber soul! Brat, you actually cultivated your saber soul to 50% comprehension. By relying on a saber soul that surpassed the smiling saber demons by 20%, the one who held the upper hand in their first clash was Xiao Qin. If not for his killing move of a 50% comprehended saber soul, Xiao Qin would not have rashly made a move, choosing to fight the smiling saber demon. However, if that was all, it would still be somewhat difficult for Xiao Qin to defeat a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Qin needed to end the battle quickly. He could not drag this out. The instant the smiling saber demon moved back, Yu Bingyun did not remain idle, either. 2 ribbons moved as nimbly as snakes, quickly wrapping around the smiling saber demon's legs. Although the smiling saber demon reacted very quickly, breaking the ribbons, this delay gave Xiao Qin an opportunity. Flawless 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. For moves in one saber, growing and multiplying endlessly, having a boundless aftershock. Of all the profound martial techniques that Xiao Qin knew, this was the move with the strongest long-lasting damage. Furthermore, the variations of each move were extremely difficult to deal with. In his haste, the smiling saber demon only lasted for 2 seconds before getting knocked back by Xiao Qin, feeling sullen. Furthermore, Yu Bingyun's harassment came at the right time, not giving the smiling saber demon a chance to fight head-on with Xiao Qin in one go. By relying on the two's tacit cooperation and Xiao Qin's 50% comprehended saber soul, the two suppressed the smiling saber demon from the start to the end. One side's aura grew stronger as they fought, while the other's aura fell. Slowly, he could not bring out even 70% of his strength. The smiling saber demon had a lot of cultivation, but he could not bring it out to his heart's content. He was as sullen as he could be. Damn it, white-robed blades man, don't give me a chance to find you alone. If the smiling saber demon persisted, he would definitely die here. After saying that, he fled in a sorry state, his body riddled with wounds. When several great perfection blue-robed emperors saw this scene, they were greatly startled. Who could have reduced the smiling saber demon to such a sorry state? Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and gave Yu Bingyun a box of essence stones. Then he put away the remaining 9 boxes. Right now, Shao Chun was still a great perfection blue-robed emperor, far from the peak. These essence stones were like charcoal in snowy weather, so there was no need to stand on ceremony. If Shao Chun had reached the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor, he would not fear the smiling saber demon at all. He would be able to defeat the smiling saber demon alone. After the two left, a figure silently walked out of the passageway. It was Jiang Feng from Dark City. What a fellow! To think that he hid his strength so deeply. As Jiang Feng looked at Shao Chun's back, a deep look flashed in his eyes. If he fought blindly, he might really lose to Shao Chun. Furthermore, it would be a very ugly defeat. This time, with Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi around, my chances of obtaining the life and death art should be 0. Fortunately, I obtained a lot of essence stones and a medial grade, profound martial technique. I'll go back and enter closed-door cultivation for now. I'll wait until I reach peak great perfection, blue-robed emperor first. Given Shao Chun's comprehension ability, merging his soul with the heavenly seal would not be difficult. It was just a matter of time. Shao Chun was not in too much of a rush for the life and death art. If he tried to force his way through, losing his life would be a great loss. When I come out of closed-door cultivation, I'll come and settle the score with you. Jiang Feng withdrew his cold gaze and turned to head in the direction of the entrance. He had gained a lot on this trip and was satisfied. However, Shao Chun was not satisfied. He needed to obtain the life and death art. Even if he had to face Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, 2 horrifying characters, he did not care. There was too little time for him. He could not wait. He had to obtain the Blood Sword Sovereign's secret technique for condensing the heart of an emperor in advance. For the rest of the journey, Shao Chun sped up significantly, resulting in Yu Bingyan being unable to keep up. In Shao Chun's hands, the Thunder Dragon steps became increasingly exquisite, infinitely close to consummation, making his figure like a dragon. When Shao Chun took a step forward, electric light flashed, and dragon roars rang out endlessly. The flickering, mysterious phenomenon stunned everyone who saw it. Relying on the nimbleness of the Thunder Dragon steps, Shao Chun ventured deeper after half a day and arrived before a vast stone room. All the forks pointed to this place. If there were no surprises, this should be where the Blood Sword Sovereign truly cultivated. Here, Shao Chun saw not only Jin Liangqi, but also the injured smiling saber demon and the other consummation blue-robed emperors, but also Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi. The strange thing was that not only did the consummation blue-robed emperors not move, but even Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi did not advance rashly. It was like there was something terrifying here. Shao Chun's gaze froze. 5 coffins lay in the middle of the stone room. A terrifying bloody aura spread out from the rotting coffins. These were very different from the blood-sucking monsters that Shao Chun met on the way here. A prayer mat floated quietly in the air in the middle of the 5 coffins. A secret manual lay on the prayer mat. The words on the manual could not be seen clearly. However, it was hard not to guess if this was the life and death art that everyone anticipated. No one showed any expression at Shao Chun's arrival. A great perfection blue-robed emperor could not pique their interest. Chapter 1162. Right now, the headache was that these 5 coffins might contain blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters. After they mutated, no one dared to test how horrifying their strength was. Even someone as strong as Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi did not dare to do so. Amid the tense atmosphere, Shao Chun discovered some other signs. The placement of these 5 coffins seemed to affect some sort of formation. Once it was activated, it would affect everything else. The restrictions of the entire residence would be destroyed. Who knew what would happen? Footsteps rang out. Yu Bingyan arrived late, standing beside Shao Chun. Bing Xuejian frowned slightly, anger flashing on his face as he glared coldly at Yu Bingyan. Initially, Bing Xuejian only glanced casually. However, when he saw Shao Chen, his gaze never shifted away. Oh no! Shao Chen thought to himself, this is bad. This Bing Xuejian must have remembered that I casually spied on him earlier. Unexpectedly, you are here as well. That's fine as well. Go over and open one of the coffins and help me check it out. Bing Xuejian said in an extremely tyrannical manner, not standing on ceremony. The people he chose were also very clever. The 4 or 5 consummation blue-robed Emperor Yu Bingyan were clearly in cahoots. Touching any one of them would result in a backlash. Only Shao Chen was alone. At most, there would be Yu Bingyan. However, they were just 2 great perfection blue-robed Emperor Yu Bingyan. They were not sufficient in Bing Xuejian's eyes. When the others heard this, they felt excited. At this moment, the situation fell into a stalemate. Someone had to break the stalemate and go over to test out the situation, to see how strong the blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monsters were. You overestimate yourself. Great perfection blue-robed Emperor dares to come here and join in the fun. Serves you right. The smiling saber demon had suffered at the hands of Shao Chen and Yu Bingyan before. When he saw this scene, he immediately felt extremely happy. Fei Lingyi had been impatient since long ago. When he heard Bing Xuejian's words, he immediately said, "This place is not something you should have come to. However, since you are already here, then don't leave. Go over and open a coffin lid. I will guarantee your safe return." Shao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. Both Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejian were not good people. If there was any danger, it would be strange if Shao Chen helped them. "Shao Chen, should we?" Yu Bingyan sent a voice projection, asking him if he should expose his trump card to intimidate these 2 people and get through this hurdle. Although Shao Chen was curious about what trump cards Yu Bingyan had that could deter even Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, this was not the time yet. After rejecting Yu Bingyan's suggestion, telling her not to act rashly, Shao Chen glanced at Bing Xuejian. Then, without saying a word, he walked towards the 5 coffins in a circle. "At least you know your place." Bing Xuejian snorted coldly as a faint smile appeared on his face. It was very likely that the life and death art that Shao Chen yearned for was on the prayer mat. The only difficulty was that the 5 mysterious coffins around the prayer mat were too sinister. Now that Shao Chen had captured someone to test it out, it was simply the best. 10 steps, 8 steps, 7 steps, as Shao Chen got closer to the coffins. The heavy stench of blood and the sinister aura became even more horrifying. The blood-sucking monster locked inside was definitely extraordinary. "Brat, hurry up. Stop wasting time." The smiling saber demon cursed from behind. The others also urged Shao Chen to hurry up. Yu Bingyun's heart clenched. If this was really a blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monster, Shao Chen would definitely be the first to suffer. Although Shao Chen had the Death Saber Soul, a great counter to this blood-sucking monster, a blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monster would definitely be a different story. It would be incomparable to the small fries from earlier. Go all out. Shao Chen quickly thought about it. He had never thought of just waiting for death, obediently letting these people use him as a tool. Shao Chen raised his hand and threw a palm strike. An intense energy burst forth from his palm. Bing Xuejian and the others revealed nervous smiles. They all made their preparations, just waiting for the coffin lid to open. However, to their surprise, Shao Chen's energy did not open the coffin lid. Instead, it struck the bottom of the coffin, pushing the coffin closest to him away. "White-robed brat, what are you trying to do?" The others roared, and Bing Xuejian radiated a murderous intent. He already placed his hand on his scabbard. The instant he drew his sword, Shao Chen would die for sure. Rumble. The movement of the coffin seemed to have triggered some sort of grand formation. Loud bangs rang out incessantly, and the ground beneath the stone chamber began to cave in a single breath of time. Then it quickly spread through the entire cave. Amid the loud sounds, the complicated paths in the cave started to collapse. Everything that happened caught everyone off guard. Xiao Chen's palm strike caused a huge commotion. A formless force pulled down the few people who fell. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. Their bodies continued to sink. 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, everyone started to show expressions of horror. Even Bing Xuejian, who wished that he could immediately kill Xiao Chen, could not care about anything else. He only thought about how to escape and figure out his current situation. Accompanying them were the 5 mysterious coffins and the cattail hassock. When they got closer, everyone could clearly see the title page of the secret manual on the prayer mat. The words life and death art were clearly written in black. Everyone had fervent gazes in their eyes. However, at this moment, they were being pulled down by the formless force. They could not even protect themselves. They could only stare at the life and death art, unable to do anything. In this strange environment, Xiao Chen thought calmly. He felt somewhat surprised at this scene that he personally created. Earlier, he had already guessed that the positions of the 5 coffins involved some sort of formation. However, he had not expected them to sink so deeply. However, such a situation would definitely not last. There would eventually be a moment when they landed on solid ground. At that time, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. Whoever was weak would die on the spot. The cold Bing Xuejian, the arrogant Fei Lingyi, and the 5 consummation blue-robed emperors working together for the sake of their common interests. These 3 sides could barely be considered evenly matched. Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyan were the weakest. The moment they landed, they would probably be eliminated immediately. Hee, brat, good luck. The smiling saber demon looked at Xiao Chen with malicious intent. He already guessed Xiao Chen's fate. He would not be able to escape death. After fooling so many people, each of them could tear Xiao Chen apart with one move. Yu Bingyan glanced at Xiao Chen and sent a voice projection. Xiao Chen, I'll make a move later. You go and get the life and death art. After that, we will leave together. Wait a while first. Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi are not simple. I'm afraid that even if you make a move, you will not be able to delay them. Xiao Chen already had a countermeasure in his heart. He looked coldly at the smiling saber demon, and the dragon-shaped heavenly seal in his body started to drive the power of the world, preparing to attack at any moment. Whoosh! Suddenly, the descending group clearly felt the pull from the ground weaken. The smiling saber demon could not help laughing maniacally. Brat, your time of death has arrived. Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejian also stared coldly at the smiling saber demon. Clearly, they both wanted to deal with the reckless Xiao Chen immediately. When the pull from below completely vanished, Xiao Chen would not be able to escape death. However, as the pull weakened, Xiao Chen did not panic at all, remaining as calm as usual. He had never been someone who meekly accepted adversity. These people wanted to use him as a scapegoat. Naturally, he had to pay them back ruthlessly. Xiao Chen's first gift was for the smiling saber demon. This fellow kept mocking him. After arriving in this stone room, the smiling saber demon was the one who spoke the most. He was even more arrogant than Bing Xuejian. What are you looking at? When this great me can move later, you will be the first to be killed. The smiling saber demon retorted ferociously when he saw Xiao Chen looking at him. Even at death's door, you still dare to spout nonsense. If you want to kill me, I'll kill you now. Xiao Chen, who had not spoken since entering the stone room, suddenly spoke. He snorted coldly, and with a thought, the extraordinarily mighty blue dragon battle armor appeared on his body, causing the strength of his physical body to soar wildly. The expressions of the others changed. Xiao Chen's physical body was already horrifying enough. To think that it could improve further. What cultivation technique did he cultivate? Pu-ci. In the space where the 5 could move, Xiao Chen shouted and took a step in the air. This step was extremely strenuous. The facial features on Xiao Chen's face twisted together, and sweat poured down his forehead. Although the mysterious pull from below had weakened significantly, the others still could not move. Even Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi could not break free. However, Xiao Chen relied on his strong physical body to force himself to move. Step by step, he walked to a coffin with some difficulty. "Didn't you want me to open the coffin? I will give you a big gift now." Xiao Chen threw a palm strike and opened the coffin. Then he turned his palm into a fist and used all his vital qi to punch, sending the coffin flying towards the smiling saber demon. The smiling saber demon could no longer laugh or act arrogantly. Horror appeared on his face. The smiling saber demon had not expected Xiao Chen to still be able to move under such circumstances. The development of the situation did not give the smiling saber demon much time to think. An ugly, blood-sucking monster with a frightening aura charged at the smiling saber demon. Although the blood-sucking monster's legs were too weak to move, with some effort it could still move its arms. The smiling saber demon took out his 9-ringed saber and did not hesitate to chop down on this blue-robed emperor blood-sucking monster. A miserable shriek resounded, and the blood-sucking monster opened its scarlet eyes. Then it glared at the smiling saber demon with the hatred of a wild beast. In this strange environment, although this blue-robed emperor blood-sucking monster was also restricted by the mysterious pull from below, it was much more nimble than the smiling saber demon, able to move slightly. The two sides quickly started fighting. The smiling saber demon showed a nervous expression. In such an environment, it would already be pretty good if he could bring out his full strength. When the smiling saber demon thought about being sucked dry by the blue-robed emperor blood-sucking monster, the smiling saber demon trembled in fear. The smiling saber demon brought out all his potential. He brandished his 9-ringed saber, doing his best to stop the blood-sucking monster from advancing. Chapter 1163. However, this blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster was terrifyingly strong. Its recovery ability was also horrifying. It was only a matter of time before the smiling saber demon died. Earlier, this smiling saber demon had thought that he could defeat Xiao Chen, being boundlessly arrogant. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen used some tricks to push the smiling saber demon to the brink of death. When the other old men who had cursed at Xiao Chen earlier saw Xiao Chen look over, they all felt a chill in their hearts. "Brother White Robes, we can talk things out." "Don't be rash," someone begged for mercy, feeling guilty. At this moment, no one dared to meet Xiao Chen's gaze. That's right. Don't be rash." The smiling saber demon was reckless. "He deserves it. We do not have any deep grudges with you." When the smiling saber demon, who had been cornered by the blood-sucking monster, heard this, he immediately felt an urge to vomit blood. Xiao Chen ignored these people. His gaze remained fixed on Bing Xuejian's cold face, not wavering. This allowed the others to release their bated breath. Now that the smiling saber demon had offended Xiao Chen, the smiling saber demon who was about to die was the best example. "I advise you not to do this. Otherwise, you will die very miserably." Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "If I don't do this, you won't kill me? Don't think that you can control everything just because you are a half-step Emperor Wu. Let me give you one of these gifts as well." Pa! Like before, Xiao Chen took 3 steps forward and threw a punch and a palm strike, sending a blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster to Bing Xuejian's side. Compared to the flustered, smiling saber demon, Bing Xuejian appeared extremely calm. He did his best to brandish his sword, using all sorts of ingenious trajectories to prevent this blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster from getting close. Xiao Chen was not surprised by this. With this move, dealing with the smiling saber demon would not be difficult. However, dealing with the half-step Emperor Wu level Bing Shuejian was still not possible. All he could do was delay him slightly. However, this was also the effect that Xiao Qin wanted, so he did not beg for much. Xiao Qin continued to use the same method on Fei Lingyi. Naturally, he could not let such a person, who posed a great threat to Xiao Qin, off. A miserable shriek rang out. The smiling saber demon could no longer hold on, and the blood-sucking monster bit his neck. His life force slowly drained away, and he suffered immense pain. Xiao Qin's methods could not be blamed for being cruel. For the sake of this life and death art, he had already reached the final step. It was either you die or I die. There was no room for mercy. Killing had to be decisive. He felt that the blue-robed emperor, level blood-sucking monster, had become stronger after sucking the smiling saber demon dry. He turned his head and immediately walked towards Jin Liangqi, who was closest to him. His footsteps were extremely slow in the air. Compared to Xiao Qin, he was much slower. However, he was still moving, while Jin Liangqi and the others were unable to move at all. Xiao Qin stopped observing and turned around. Then he headed for the prayer mat about 700 or 800 meters away in the air. Normally, Xiao Qin could cross this distance with just a thought. However, he was now descending very quickly. Furthermore, his feet were restricted by the suction force. This made it very difficult for Xiao Qin to walk. Vital Qi surged, and the blue dragon patterns on the blue dragon battle armor flickered. For the sake of this life and death art, Xiao Qin put in all his effort. Damn it! This life and death art is going to fall into this brat's hands. Fei Lingyi and Bing Shuejian, who were fighting with the blue-robed emperor, level blood-sucking monster, watched as Xiao Qin got closer to the prayer mat. Their eyes nearly spewed flames. However, they could not do anything about it. With their physical bodies, they could not break free from that suction force. Furthermore, there was still a blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster holding them back. They could not spare any attention to spare. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, Xiao Qin approached the prayer mat step by step. As he looked at the life and death art on the prayer mat, he felt like he could grab it with just a stretch of his hand. Xiao Qin could not help revealing a smile on his tense face. I got you. Life and death art. Xiao Qin shouted, already near the prayer mat. Xiao Qin did not hesitate to stretch out his hand to grab the life and death art that he coveted. However, just as Xiao Qin's hand was only half a meter away from the life and death art, something strange happened. The group who had been falling downward found their footing firmly. They had touched the bottom. Suddenly, Xiao Qin regained his freedom, which stunned him somewhat. He stumbled, and his body fell forward due to inertia. Xiao Qin reacted very quickly. He pushed off the ground and turned around. Then he stretched out his hand again and grabbed the life and death art. However, just at this moment, Bing Shuejian and Fei Lingyi, the two half-step Emperor Wus, also burst out crazily. They soared into the air, temporarily breaking away from the harassment of the blue-robed emperor, level blood-sucking monster. Fei Lingyi sent out a horrifying sword move, charging at Xiao Qin. The two half-step Emperor Wus attacked without holding anything back. It was extremely horrifying. The anxious Fei Lingyi even used the greatest amount of energy that the jadeite could draw from the jadeite into his sword move. This made the jadeite crisscrossing sword lights appear even more unblockable, even tearing through the air. Without a doubt, Fei Lingyi had only one goal, not giving Xiao Qin any chances. He had to kill Xiao Qin in one move. Compared to Fei Lingyi, the sword move that the cold Bing Shuejian executed was even more horrifying. Before the sword move arrived, that cold qi already permeated Xiao Qin's bones and blood, causing his entire body to feel cold and his movements to go numb. Xiao Qin, who already grasped the life and death art, could not help feeling horrified. Under these two sword moves, he felt an overwhelming killing qi, an unparalleled sword intent, and the horrifying might contained in the sword moves. Even if one of them executed the sword moves, Xiao Chen would not be able to block them. At this moment, the two half-step Emperor Wus worked together to execute their killing moves. Xiao Chen could not help feeling disheartened. With his blood frozen, he could not even take out the golden plume feather in time. Corpses littered the Emperor's road. Was he, Xiao Chen, going to fall on this road as well, becoming a stepping stone for others? At the crucial moment, melodious zither music rang out in the air. It was pleasing to the ears, startling the surroundings. There was only one note in the zither music, but it lingered on endlessly, singing endlessly. There were not many words that could describe how wondrous this zither music was. High mountains and flowing rivers found it hard to find a soulmate. Lonely songs no one could understand. Along with the appearance of the zither music, a phoenix shrouded in auspicious chi and radiating multicolored light moved upon hearing the music and flew over. The zither music startled the phoenix, and a melodious divine might spread out from the phoenix. It spread its wings and flew over, shielding Xiao Chen. The sudden change surprised Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi. The pleasing zither music summoned the phoenix, easily diluting the startling killing moves that the two executed. As for Xiao Chen, he managed to catch his breath. His aura erupted, and he sent out the cold qi in his body. Pala! Pala! When the cold qi that leaked out of Xiao Chen's body met the air, it immediately turned into scarlet ice beads and fell to the ground. Xiao Chen paled slightly. However, his body had already recovered to normal. His limbs and bones could move without any hindrance. In the sky, Yu Bingyin hugged a seven-stringed zither, looking like a fairy as she slowly descended. When Fei Lingyi saw the zither in Yu Bingyun's embrace, his expression changed. He exclaimed in extreme shock, "Transcendent divine weapon! Startling wind zither!" To think that the Lunar Palace's transcendent divine weapon was in Yu Bingyun's hands. This news was somewhat unacceptable to Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi. There were only 10 transcendent divine weapons in the world. Each one of them could shake the world and kick up a bloody storm. Even if Yu Bingyin could not bring out the full might of the startling wind zither, as long as she could play it, it would be easy to block them. Ding, ding, dong, dong, dong. Not giving the two much time to think, Yu Bingyin, who was descending, moved her hands and played ancient music. A horrifying aura spread out from the zither. The sound of the zither transformed into numerous sharp blades of sound waves. They were sabers, swords, spears, and axes, and they pierced through the void and attacked the two of them continuously like a storm. Under the concentrated attacks, the two could only defend passively. They each sent out a screen of swords, unable to advance. However, even though the two defended with all their might, the sound waves still inflicted wounds of various sizes on their bodies. They kept retreating in a sorry state, not showing any signs of fighting spirit at all. As Yu Bingyin played the startling wind zither, colorful ribbons fluttered behind her, giving off a bright light. Xiao Chen's momentum was unblockable, forcing the two half-step martial emperors into retreat. His momentum flourished. However, Xiao Chen keenly discovered that with every note, Yu Bingyun's fine black hair dimmed a little. After a while, all her fine black hair turned white. Let's go. After forcing the two half-step Emperor Wu to fight the blue-robed Emperor blood-sucking monsters again, Yu Bingyun retreated to Xiao Chen's side and led him into this mysterious space. Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi could catch up at any moment. Although Xiao Chen had many questions in his heart, he knew that this was not the time to ask. Oh no! Xiao Chen's and Yu Bingyun's steps paused at the same time. There was actually no path in front. A deep abyss blocked their way. If it was an ordinary deep abyss, the two could easily fly over it. However, this deep abyss was extraordinary. The two had felt the mysterious suction from earlier in this deep abyss. Sonic booms rang out endlessly behind them. It was Fei Lingyi and Bing Xuejian. After forcing back the blue-robed emperor blood-sucking monsters again, they charged over. The two's wounds from the startling wind zither had not healed yet. They were covered in blood, exuding a horrifying aura. Since becoming half-step Emperor Wu, when had the two ever suffered at the hands of the blue-robed emperor? They probably felt frustrated. If Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyan got caught, they would definitely die a miserable death. Jump! The deep abyss was horrifying, but there was still a chance of survival. If the two behind caught up, there would be no chance at all. The two were decisive people, not wishy-washy at all. They seemed to understand each other and jumped down at the same time. In this deep abyss, the suction was even more horrifying. The two could not help crying out. They shot forward like arrows, unable to control themselves at all. In a few breaths, they crashed heavily to the ground. Yu Bingyan and Xiao Qin, who were stuck to the ground, were somewhat shocked to discover that even raising their arms was extremely difficult. Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, who were charging over, felt the edge of the deep abyss and quickly stopped. Chapter 1164. When facing the strange, deep abyss, the two cautiously chose to stop. They did not want to experience that strange state of being unable to move again. What should we do? Fei Lingyi looked at Bing Xuejian. Bing Xuejian said indifferently, "You have the jadeite. Go down and check it out. If we let these two escape, we will suffer a great loss and lose all our face." Scram! Your sword soul is already 70% comprehended. Together with the will of ice, it is undefeatable. Why don't you go down first? Fei Lingyi scolded. The two clashed with each other, neither willing to go down first. Speaking of which, Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyan, who had reached the bottom of the deep abyss, did not feel good at all. Their bodies stuck to the ground. No matter how hard they tried, they could not move at all. What was even worse was that his internal organs, flesh and bones, were being pulled and squeezed by the strange ground. If they could not think of a solution in a while, their internal organs would be torn apart. At that time, his death would be as miserable as it could be. Don't panic. This is the true cultivation place of the Blood Sword Sovereign. The gravity here is 100 times stronger than elsewhere. After you get used to it, it will not be difficult for you to slowly stand up. Don't scare yourself to death. At the critical moment, Ao Jiao said from the Immortal Spirit Ring. However, she continued, your physical body is strong, so there should not be any problems. However, that woman will be somewhat problematic. It is hard to say whether she can last until her physical body gets used to the environment here. Xiao Qin, who had just released his bated breath, could not help feeling anxious when he heard that. He turned his head with much difficulty to look at Yu Bingyan. Indeed, the white-haired Yu Bingyan showed an expression of pain. Blood leaked out of a corner of her lips, and she looked incredibly pale. The originally aloof lunar palace, Holy Daughter, no longer had any of her elegant and otherworldly air. Xiao Chen's heart suddenly sank. He did not like owing favors. If Yu Bingyan died here, he would feel guilty for life, forming an indelible shadow in his heart. What should I do? I have to stand up first. Otherwise, I cannot circulate my energy to treat my injuries and recover to my peak state. If Xiao Chun was at his peak, he should be able to walk to the other party's side if he used his blue dragon war body again. However, the prerequisite was that he could stand up. Yu Bingyan was muddle-headed and in unbearable pain. She was in a daze, feeling like she was really going to die this time. Her 5 viscera and 6 bowels had been torn apart by the gravitational pull, and blood was everywhere. It wouldn't be long before she died from her shattered internal organs. She was completely powerless, and in this dizzy state, she was already prepared to die. Yu Bingyan, hold on. Don't die here. Give me 1 hour. 1 hour. You have to hold on for 1 hour. Right at that moment, a loud roar entered her ears. His voice was filled with anxiety, urgency, and unquestionable confidence. Hold on. Wait for me for 1 hour. After an hour, I'll come and save you. Yu Bingyan opened her eyes with some difficulty and saw Xiao Qin, who was not far away. He was currently doing his best to stand up, staring at her. The two's gazes met, and Xiao Qin revealed a smile with some difficulty. Don't be so useless. Don't forget your status. You are the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. After all, someone with a venerated status. I, Xiao Qin, have always been cursed by others to the point that I cannot die. You will not die either. Just wait for me for 1 hour. Yu Bingyan felt somewhat speechless. She wanted to say something, but found that she could not. Her vocal cords moved slightly, and it affected her wounds. Don't say anything. Just listen to me. Xiao Qin knew that it was not convenient for the other party to speak at this moment. However, she needed someone to talk to her. Otherwise, if she fell asleep, she would never wake up again. Xiao Qin quickly stopped Yu Bingyan, who wanted to speak. After saying that, Xiao Qin, who had been preparing for a long time, clenched his fists and hammered the ground ferociously. Xiao Qin's entire upper body left the ground, and he nearly got up. However, he did not have enough momentum. The gravity pulled him down, and after Xiao Qin got up, he fell back down heavily. This strike was not light. When Xiao Qin opened his mouth, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Ignoring his injuries, he mocked Yu Bingyan somewhat self-deprecatingly. Before he could even wipe away the blood at the corner of his lips, Xiao Qin continued storing up power, preparing for the next attempt. Bang! 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 Dull thuds resounded endlessly in the deep abyss. Every time they rang out, it meant that Xiao Qin failed once. Xiao Qin did not know how many times he failed, but he did not intend to give up. Every time he failed, he would look at Yu Bingyan and chat with her. After Xiao Qin verified that she had not fallen asleep, he prepared for the next attempt. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, could no longer bear to watch. She said, "You idiot, stop trying. Be careful that you will not be able to save the other party and end up killing yourself." Little Ao Jiao, stop saying that. She ended up in such a state because she tried to save me. If I ignore her, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. I will be a man in vain. Xiao Qin replied to Ao Jiao in his heart. Then he continued to try. He felt like he had broken several bones in his back. However, the repeated failures gave him a lot of experience, allowing him to grasp some techniques for circulating his energy in this gravity. As he familiarized himself with these techniques, Xiao Qin believed that he could adapt to the environment here and stand up earlier. In the end, he could not wipe away the blood leaking out of the corner of Xiao Qin's lips. This made his delicate face look somewhat ugly and horrifying, compared to the unrivaled elegance that Xiao Qin had shown at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. The current Xiao Qin did not have any of his past aura. However, every time this bloody face looked at her, Yu Bingyan did not feel any repulsion. Instead, she felt especially at ease and an indescribable pain. If she could speak, she would definitely shout to stop Xiao Qin. The intense pain after every failure was simply unbearable. At some point in time, a tear fell from the corner of her eye. Bang! Another loud sound rang out, and Xiao Qin landed heavily. However, this time, he did not immediately speak to Yu Bingyan. He just lay there motionlessly. Yu Bingyan's heart sank. Xiao Qin was definitely too severely injured and could not hold on. The two of them were going to die here. Just as Yu Bingyan felt very nervous and worried, Xiao Qin, who had been silent for a while, roared ferociously. Then, Xiao Qin clenched his fists and punched the ground heavily again. His upper body soared up again. When the gravity pressed down, Xiao Qin's vital qi surged like a gushing river, gushing endlessly. After using up all of his strength, his body had finally adapted to the gravitational environment here after thousands of failures. His qi could circulate in a circular manner. Then, Xiao Qin flipped over and knelt on one knee, panting heavily. After a while, he looked up at Yu Bingyan. When he discovered that she had not closed her eyes yet, he revealed a smile. 1 hour is just right. Don't give up. I'm coming over immediately. The kneeling Xiao Qin slowly got up. Then, he walked over to Yu Bingyin with much difficulty. When Xiao Chen reached her side, he quickly took out some medicinal pills for treating injuries, which he bought at the blue-robed emperor auction, and fed them to her. After that, Xiao Chen slowly helped Yu Bingyin up. After being here for so long, she had already gotten used to it. He had gotten used to it, and the process of helping the other party up wasn't too difficult. Without saying anything more, Xiao Qin threw a palm strike on Yu Bingyun's back. Then he infused his law energy into her body, speeding up the recovery of the medicinal energy. At the same time, it helped Yu Bingyin recover from the injuries to her internal organs. As the king-grade medicinal pills slowly permeated her body, Yu Bingyun's body started to recover quickly. To Xiao Chen's surprise, Yu Bingyin had law energy circulating in a special meridian. However, a blood clot blocked a certain meridian, preventing it from circulating smoothly. Instead, it aggravated Yu Bingyun's injuries. This should be the Lunar Palace's profound cultivation technique, the longevity art. Xiao Chen immediately circulated his energy and melted the blood clot, opening up that meridian. The longevity art immediately circulated quickly. After it automatically circulated once, Yu Bingyun's injuries miraculously healed by half. Such a healing effect was incredible. The longevity art was truly profound. After Yu Bingyun's condition stabilized and the longevity art could continue circulating, Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he let Yu Bingyun lie down slowly. After putting a healing pill into his mouth, he began to slowly heal himself. There were not many surprises. Time passed quietly. After one night, the two had more or less recovered. Their bodies had already adapted to this strange gravity. Although it was still difficult for them to move, they no longer had much of a problem standing up. Yu Bingyun opened her eyes, and her complexion recovered its rosy color. She looked radiant, regaining the air of a holy daughter. She carefully sat up and immediately looked to the side. However, she did not see the figure she wanted to see. Yu Bingyun immediately looked around in a fluster. Only then did she discover that Xiao Chen was standing in front of a wall, paying close attention to it. Hearing the commotion behind him, Xiao Chen quickly turned his head back and discovered that Yu Bingyun's white hair had already turned back into elegant black hair. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and smiled. "You're awake." Yu Bingyun nodded and shifted her gaze away from Xiao Chen's back. Then she asked carefully, "How are the injuries on your back?" Xiao Chen replied calmly, "They're already healed. I have a peak sage body and the blue dragon war body. This level of injury is nothing to me." "How did you endure that kind of pain yesterday?" Yu Bingyun asked after thinking for a long time. When she thought of Xiao Chen's actions yesterday, Yu Bingyun still felt some lingering fear in her heart. Even now, Yu Bingyun still felt some lingering fear in her heart. She simply did not know how Xiao Chen managed to persevere. Was it for her? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "In the past, when I was cultivating my physical body, I experienced even more pain than this. There was also the lightning tribulation, which was even more unbearable. Now that I think about it, compared to the pain I experienced in the past, yesterday's pain is not even worth mentioning." When Yu Bingyun heard this, she was stunned. Xiao Chen was famous and had a bright appearance. Among the same generation, he was a king. What exactly did he experience? Chapter 1165. The kind of pain that made people feel the same way yesterday in his mouth was actually not worth mentioning. Let's not talk about this for now. This is not something glorious. If I had not worked too hard in the past, I would not have only 4 years left. Xiao Chen paused for a while, and his gaze fell on the startling wind zither beside Yu Bingyun. He had many questions to ask as well. What's with this startling wind zither? With your strength, you should not be able to activate it, right? The merfolk race's Yao Yan had sacrificed 8 Great Perfection Emperor Wu's lives to give her the strength to activate a primordial emperor treasure. Xiao Chen did not believe that the lunar palace would be so bold, sacrificing so many Emperor Wus to help Yu Bingyin. Yu Bingyin gave it a try and struggled to her feet. Then she picked up the startling wind zither and said, "Playing one note costs me a portion of my lifespan. When I played earlier, I used up 10 years of my lifespan." Xiao Chen's pupils constricted in some incredulity. "Don't be nervous." Yu Bingyin smiled and said, "Cultivators who cultivate the longevity art have extremely long lifespans. With the heavenly origin pill you gave me, even if I do not become Emperor Wu, I will still have a long lifespan of 1,000 years." Xiao Chen felt enlightened. However, even so, using up 10 years of her lifespan on a whim still made him feel heartache. "Actually, as long as I do not play the complete song, it will not harm my foundation. However, without the complete song, I cannot bring out the might of the startling wind zither. I need to cultivate the longevity art to the 9th layer before I can be confident of playing the complete song." With just one note, Yu Bingyin could force 2 half-step Emperor Wus to retreat, forcing them to defend passively. Xiao Chen felt some anticipation. If it was the complete song, what kind of glory would this transcendent, divine weapon show? "Oh, by the way, what were you looking at earlier? You were so engrossed in it." Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously and said, "Come with me." The two moved with great difficulty. In this world where gravity doubled, they walked forward step by step. This scene looked very funny. When Yu Bingyun walked over and saw the painting on the wall, a strange light flashed in her eyes. The painting was very simple. There was only a person, a sword, and a pair of eyes that no one dared to look directly at. There were not many traces of the swordsman in the painting, only a simple silhouette. However, the sword intent of the person in the painting still surged boundlessly even after 50,000 years. With just a few glances, Yu Bingyin felt an unparalleled sharp sword intent enter her sea of consciousness, instantly coming to life and materializing a boundlessly profound sword technique. This sword technique was tyrannical and unyielding. Every strike could pierce the sky and tear space. As his silhouette flickered, he exuded a surging, blood-boiling fighting spirit, causing others to feel as if their blood was burning as well. When Yu Bingyin finished materializing this sword technique, a strange expression flashed on her face. She said, "This is a medial-grade, profound sword technique. Its might is unfathomable, extremely profound." Xiao Chen nodded. There were dozens of paintings on the walls, all of which contained the Blood Sword Sovereign's sword moves. Every single one of them was a mid-grade, profound sword technique. Even after more than 50,000 years, these sword intents still hadn't disappeared. This only served to highlight how powerful these sword intents were. Unfortunately, there is no way to record the profound martial techniques here. You and I are not swordsmen. It's such a pity. Yu Bingyin shook her head slightly and sighed. The value of medial grade, profound martial techniques went without saying. In Yu Bingyun's memories, the entire lunar palace only had 10-odd medial grade, profound martial techniques. There were too few choices. None of them were suitable for her. It wasn't that the weapons were different. It was that their wills were conflicting. In the Kunlun realm, the number of cultivators who used swords was probably the highest. There were so many medial grade, profound sword moves here. If he brought it out, who knew what kind of sky-high price it would fetch? Perhaps even Emperor Wu would fight over it. Xiao Qin smiled mysteriously and said, "That's not all. Take a look at your will and see if it has improved." When Yu Bingyun heard this, she closed her eyes. After a while, she revealed a joyful expression on her face. She opened her eyes and said, "My will of water improved by minor perfection. What's going on? This is too wondrous." Xiao Qin glanced at the wall and said, I just discovered it. The sword intent in this wall has the ability to temper the will. However, it is rather simple this time. If you want to temper it later, you will need to endure some danger. Let these sword intents enter deeper into your sea of consciousness, fighting with your will. If you lose, the moment your will breaks, it will be extremely unbearable. When Yu Bingyun heard this, she was startled. Let the sword intents enter the depths of the sea of consciousness. If you are not careful, you might end up becoming an idiot. Xiao Chun smiled and did not say anything more. If one wanted to obtain something, one had to take some risks. Xiao Qin felt that this risk was worth taking. Aside from tempering the will, the strong sword intent that the blood sword sovereign left behind had a greater use for tempering Xiao Chen's saber soul. Xiao Chen's saber soul had already reached 50% comprehension and was extremely difficult to raise. He absolutely could not miss out on this fortuitous encounter before him. Thinking of something, Xiao Chun handed the life and death art in his hand over and said, "Take a look at this life and death art first." Yu Bingyan received the life and death art with some surprise. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin let her read the life and death art that he obtained after so much difficulty. "What about you?" "After all, I can't go out for now. I'll just cultivate here in peace for a while. With such gravity, there will definitely be great benefits to cultivating, be it my movement technique, cultivation, or physical body." Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "It looks like you are extraordinarily optimistic. In that case, I'll take a look at this life and death art first. After you finish cultivating, I'll explain it to you and discuss the mysteries of the life and death art together." In the following days, Yu Bingyun read quietly, and Xiao Qin started cultivating bitterly. Xiao Qin arranged his time very strictly for cultivation. In the morning, he would practice his movement technique. With this 100-fold gravity, the effects on his movement technique were the most obvious. In the afternoon, he would observe the murals and temper his saber soul. In the afternoon, he would temper his physical body and cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art. At night, he would consume essence stones, allowing his cultivation to advance rapidly, heading toward the peak of great perfection, blue-robed emperor. Time slowly went by. Soon, the two had spent a week in this place where the blood sword sovereign once cultivated. During this week, the two had been rather fulfilled. They did not feel bored or frustrated. On the other hand, Bing Xuejian, Fei Lingyi, and the remaining 4 consummation blue-robed emperors did not have it easy. They were already incredibly frustrated, their patience wearing thin. However, they did not have the courage to jump down themselves. There were too many unpredictable things, making Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi very apprehensive. "This won't do. We cannot afford to waste time here," Fei Lingyi said indifferently. Bing Xuejian retorted coldly, "I already told you to go down and take a look. You have the jadeite, so you can retreat safely." Jin Yangqi and the other 3 consummation blue-robed emperors also looked at Fei Lingyi. Fei Lingyi had the strongest individual combat prowess here. He was the most suitable to go down. Fei Lingyi retorted angrily, "Don't even think about it. Below us is the source of the gravity. If I go down, something unexpected might happen." Bing Xuejian smiled coldly and said, "I thought you had some good ideas. Unexpectedly, you are still a coward. What I said is equivalent to not saying anything." Fei Lingyi glanced at the pitch-black deep abyss and said, "Who says I don't have any ideas? Of those 5 coffins, aren't there still 2 that have not been opened? Toss 2 down and let these blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters scout the way for us. At the very least, we will be able to obtain some information from the sounds." When the others heard this, their eyes lit up. They knew very well how horrifying the blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters were. When the few of them worked together, they spent a lot of effort before completely killing the 2 blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters that Xiao Chen released. Furthermore, these blood-sucking monsters clearly had a stronger resistance to gravity than humans. If they released two, it would definitely be more than enough to deal with Xiaoqin. Even if they could not obtain the life and death art, they could prevent Xiaoqin from obtaining it. Bing Xuejian swept his gaze over Jin Liangqi and the others indifferently. He said, "The few of you, go and bring those two coffins over." Although Jin Liangqi and the others were not happy about this, they had no choice but to obey. They still had to rely on Bing Xuejian to deal with Fei Lingyi. Soon, the two coffins were brought over. Bing Xuejian glanced at the deep abyss and said, "Brat, you gave me a gift earlier. Now, I will give you a big gift as well." Bing Xuejian opened the two coffins. Then he sent out a palm strike and pushed the coffins down. Bang! 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 Two loud sounds came from below. The group of people stood at the edge of the deep abyss and did their best to look down, wanting to know what was happening below. The sonic booms immediately startled Xiaoqin, who cultivated the Thunder Dragon Steps. Now that Xiaoqin executed the Thunder Dragon Steps, he could jump 300 meters freely in this place where the gravity was 100 times stronger. His movement technique had clearly improved, and he could summon out 12 lightning dragons to increase his speed. "Be careful!" Xiaoqin's figure flashed, and he took 10 steps in the air, leaving behind a lightning dragon image with each step. After 10 steps, Xiaoqin arrived beside Yu Bingyan. The remnant dragon image in the air instantly entered his body. This allowed Xiaoqin's explosive power to increase further. Then, he quickly carried Yu Bingyan away. Pa! 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 Amid loud sounds, the two blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monsters landed where Yu Bingyan had been. Unexpectedly, these two blood-sucking monsters did not lie on the ground. Instead, they were standing. They were in a much better state than when Xiaoqin first fell into this place. However, when Xiaoqin saw these three blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monsters, he did not show any fear. He smiled faintly and said, "You came at a good time. I happen to need to test the results of my cultivation during this period. Don't make a move. Leave it to me alone." A strong fighting spirit flickered in Xiaoqin's eyes as he gestured for Yu Bingyan not to make a move, letting him do it alone. "Can you do it?" Yu Bingyan found this slightly strange. The difficulty of dealing with these blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monsters was clear for all to see. Even Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi could not deal with them quickly. Xiaoqin stepped forward and said calmly, "If we were outside, I would not be very confident. However, here, I am 99% confident." Chapter 1166. Thunder Dragon Steps. Moving his feet, Xiaoqin flickered with crackling sparks. With each step, he left behind a dragon-shaped figure as he charged forward. When the two blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monsters smelled Xiaoqin's flourishing qi and blood, their eyes flickered with a red light. Disgusting liquid leaked out of the corners of their mouths. Despite the 100-fold gravity, the blood-sucking monsters moved frantically, clashing with Xiaoqin's attacks. In close combat, Xiaoqin's fists, palms, and claws moved rapidly. In one moment, he executed the deity race's myriad heaven divine fist. In the next moment, he executed the 1,000-year flame, which he comprehended himself. In the next moment, he turned into a sharp dragon claw. Xiaoqin's figure flickered as the attacks of the two blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monsters moved as fast as the wind. None of their attacks could hit him. In an environment with 100-fold gravity, Xiaoqin's movement technique and physical body had a natural advantage. The two blue-robed Emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could not touch him at all. After several dozen moves, Xiaoqin sent out the 1,000-year flame with one palm strike and 1,000-year death with the other. The two completely different states appeared to be in perfect balance in Xiaoqin's hands, waiting for the moment to erupt. When it was time to erupt, one side was surging with a fiery bright moon. The other side was covered with flowers and a scarlet moon. The two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could not resist at all. They exploded into pieces and flew away. However, the blood-sucking monster's strength had never come from explosive power or combat prowess. Instead, it came from their unparalleled recovery ability. Just as their shattered bodies were about to fall from the air, they quickly merged back together with a whoosh. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the blood-sucking monsters landed, they could already move freely on the ground. The aura they exuded was even more frightening. Is it really unkillable? With a flip of his palm, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's left hand. The saber intent in his sea of consciousness started to circulate, spreading throughout his entire body. After driving the flawless saber Dao, Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fluttered without any wind. A sharp saber intent spread out from his body without restraint. The two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters glanced at Xiao Chen and roared before rushing over. Its adaptability was unexpectedly strong. Compared to before, the speed of the blood-sucking monster was clearly much faster. Yu Bingyan frowned slightly, wanting to make a move. She needed to end this quickly. Otherwise, the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous the situation would be for Xiao Chen. When the two quasi-emperor-level blood-sucking monsters completely adapted to the gravity here, no matter how capable Xiao Chen was, he would not be a match for them. Yu Bingyan! Just as the two blood-sucking monsters approached, Xiao Chen slowly spat out a word and instantly drew his lunar shadow saber. Whoosh! Whoosh! The saber soul that he had been storing up for a long time erupted at this moment. Yu Bingyun was astonished. The saber soul in Xiao Chen's heart was already infinitely close to 60% comprehension. All sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed amid the magnificent saber light. This was Xiao Chen's strongest profound martial technique. Instant of glory, a profound martial technique that could condense all the saber techniques into it. Only one saber strike, eternal glory. Before the two blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monsters could react, the light infused with the lightning saber soul instantly tore them into pieces and fixed them in a painting. The fresh blood added a trace of ice-cold killing intent to this boundlessly resplendent painting. It was not over yet. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen perfectly merged his state of death and saber soul into eternity. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and entered that beautiful painting. The death saber soul worked together with the Four Seasons saber technique and started a frenzied massacre. Xiao Chen minced the two blood-sucking monsters that had been torn into pieces again, cutting off all signs of life. Kassier! Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the sound of glass shattering rang out. This glorious painting shattered with the sound of shattering. Its flourishing splendor faded away, no longer glorious. The two emperor-grade, blood-sucking monsters turned into ashes and vanished, unable to recover. A strange light flickered in Yu Bingyun's eyes. Xiao Chen's earlier saber strike seemed to have touched upon the borders of the state of space. The instant Xiao Chen used the saber, he materialized hundreds of mysterious phenomena, forming a painting that fixed space in place. It was precisely because the space was fixed that the blood-sucking monster, which had extremely strong regenerative abilities, did not reform immediately after it was shattered. Xiao Chen, what was that move of yours called? Yu Bingyan asked quickly, unable to hold back her curiosity. The state of space was something that even Emperor Wu found hard to comprehend. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen touched upon its borders. Xiao Chen answered honestly, instant of glory. What about it? Nothing the moment Yu Bingyun said that. She regretted it. This matter definitely touched on Xiao Chen's secrets. How could she ask so directly? If Yu Bingyan continued asking, she would touch on the other party's core secrets. Hence, she quickly stopped asking. However, She could not get rid of the curiosity in her heart. Xiao Chen looked at Yu Bingyun's appearance, wanting to ask but not daring to. He could not help finding it funny. He said, "I comprehended this move myself. It can unleash the states of all my martial techniques in an instant. I just discovered it as well. As my strength increased, this move touched upon the boundaries of the state of space. It is not me who touched upon the borders of the state of space. I am still very far from it." Yu Bingyin showed a slightly embarrassed expression. She had not expected Xiao Qin to see through her and tell her the secret honestly. Yu Bingyin quickly changed the topic. "What should we do now? These two blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters must have been thrown down by them." Xiao Chen smiled casually. "There's no need to worry. We can afford to waste time. Just stay here and cultivate in peace. If they dare to come down, even if it is Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, I will not let them return alive." At the end of Xiao Chen's words, the tyrannical aura that he unintentionally exuded made everyone's heart tremble, not daring to doubt it. Above the deep chasm, the people paying attention to the commotion below heard the sound of sabers. The unique roars of the blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters did not appear again. Without a doubt, his expression became very ugly. The result went without saying. Based on the sounds alone, Xiao Chen's saber technique finished off the two blue-robed emperor-grade blood-sucking monsters. Just like that, Bing Xuejian and Fei Lingyi, who had been hesitant and had run out of patience, made their own decisions. They absolutely could not jump into this deep chasm. Otherwise, they might really end up dying at the hands of this junior, Xiao Chen. Since they could not jump down, they could only wait here. To the half-step Emperor Wu, they simply could not afford to waste any more time. In the end, there was only one option left: leave. Bing Xuejian snorted coldly and looked down deeply. Then he turned around and left decisively. Fei Lingyi's eyes flickered. Clearly, he had not expected that this life and death art would end up in the hands of a junior. Fei Lingyi stomped his feet and left helplessly in the end. Jin Liangqi and the others exchanged glances, not knowing what to do. Should they stay or leave? They could not make a choice. After discussing for a while without any results, Jin Liangqi said, "Let's wait a while more. They are half-step, Emperor Wu. Time is very precious. We are all consummation, blue-robed emperors. Wasting 1 or 2 months here is not a problem." "Good. We'll wait for another 2 months. I don't believe that this fellow will not come out. At that time, the instant they appear, we will attack at the same time. Do not give them any chance to resist, lest something unexpected happens." "Haha, what could possibly happen? We are 4 peak consummation, blue-robed emperors. Dealing with 2 great perfection, blue-robed emperors will be easy." In that case, it's settled. The 2 half-step Emperor Wu left feeling depressed. Now, only 4 consummation blue-robed emperors remained above the deep chasm, continuing to wait for Xiao Qin to appear. However, these 4 did not know that when Xiao Qin truly showed his strength, how could they deal with him? Whoosh! 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 At the bottom of the deep chasm, Xiao Qin took 7 steps in the air. With each step, he rose 100 meters. When he rose 700 meters, he felt the pull of gravity becoming too strong, so he turned around and fell. Not far away, Yu Bingyin put down the life and death art. She smiled and said, "Not bad. You improved significantly from 3 days ago. If you go out, your movement technique will improve by at least 20%. Xiao Qin estimated the height of the deep chasm to be about 5 kilometers. If it were any other place, he could instantly fly up in one breath. However, the gravity here was 100 times stronger than outside. Xiao Chen used his full power and could only climb 700 meters. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Xiao Chen asked, "How is the life and death art? Is this secret technique reliable?" This was the greatest harvest of this trip. Xiao Qin had high hopes for it. Whether he could condense the heart of an emperor or not depended on the life and death art in Yu Bingyun's hands. I only read a third of it. The words in it are too cryptic and difficult to pronounce. However, it is most likely correct. The life and death art can indeed allow one to condense the heart of an emperor in advance. Yu Bingyun answered honestly, given her talent, comprehension ability, and experience, since she said that it really could not be wrong. Xiao Qin could not help but be in a good mood. What he feared the most was wasting too much time on the consummation blue-robed emperor stage, missing the opportunity to advance to martial emperor. Now, it looked like as long as he had this life and death art, he should not have any problems breaking through to consummation blue-robed emperor within 2 years. After that, he would spend another 2 years to prepare and clear his great tribulation of wind and fire in one go, opening the emperor's door. Although the plan was ingenious, the risks involved were indescribable. Spending only 2 years to prepare was still too short. If one was not careful during the great tribulation of wind and fire, they would most likely die, consigned to eternal damnation. Regular consummation blue-robed emperors would find it hard to make up their minds, even after preparing for 100 years. Even outstanding talents would need at least 5 years to prepare before they were confident of clearing their great tribulation of wind and fire. However, no matter what, this was good news. Without the life and death art, Xiao Qin estimated that he would have to spend at least 3 years on the great perfection blue-robed emperor stage, perhaps even 4. At that time, the time left for him would be practically 0. Xiao Qin withdrew his gaze and went to a new wall painting. Then he started to use the sword intent that the blood sword sovereign left behind 50,000 years ago to temper his saber soul. Now that half a month had passed, Xiao Qin's 50% comprehended saber soul was already infinitely close to 60% comprehended. After all, the blood sword sovereign's half-step emperor Wu's sword soul was only 70% comprehended. However, Fei Lingyi's sword soul was only 60% comprehended. Right now, Xiao Qin was only a great perfection blue-robed emperor, but his saber soul was already so profound. This showed how horrifying it was. When Yu Bingyun saw this scene, she shook her head. After she tried it once, she did not use the sword intent to temper herself again. Not to mention the pain, it was extremely dangerous. It felt like her soul was dancing on the edge of a saber. Chapter 1167. Only Xiao Qin had the courage and perseverance to use this sword intent to temper himself. The days went by unhurriedly. After another month, Xiao Qin's saber soul finally broke through 50% comprehension, reaching 60% comprehension. Rumor said that when one's saber soul reached 100% comprehension, the gaze of one's gaze could turn into a tangible blade, killing with one look. Now that Xiao Qin's saber soul reached 60% comprehension, the most obvious change was the strength of his aura. Yu Bingyun estimated that even a consummation blue-robed emperor would feel their soul tremble when standing before Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin's movement technique also improved rapidly. He completely cultivated the thunder dragon steps to great perfection. In one breath, he could take 18 steps. Each step left behind a dragon-shaped afterimage that lingered for a long time. Xiao Qin's body became like a dragon, crackling with electric light. The tyrannical nature of this movement technique was completely manifested. When fighting with an enemy, it could infinitely boost Xiao Qin's aura, perfectly complementing his various saber techniques. With the aid of the essence stones, Xiao Qin's cultivation advanced rapidly. In a short 1.5 months, he was already not far from the peak of great perfection blue-robed emperor. Xiao Qin, who had improved significantly in all aspects, felt very proud of himself. Just as he was about to charge into the deep abyss, he received some bad news. After 1.5 months, Yu Bingyin finally finished reading the life and death art. After reading it, she dealt Xiao Qin a heavy blow. By cultivating the life and death art to the 9th layer, Yu Bingyin could help the blue-robed emperor condense a heart of an emperor in advance. However, the prerequisite was that Xiao Qin needed 2 things to assist him: the flower of life and the death fruit. This was not strange. Several special martial techniques and cultivation techniques in the world required some natural treasures to be cultivated. Unfortunately, these 2 natural treasures had already gone extinct 10,000 years ago. Without the flower of life and the death fruit, one could not cultivate the life and death art, not even the 1st layer. Yu Bingyin closed the life and death art and said, "I originally thought that without these 2 natural treasures, cultivation would just be slightly more difficult. After reading it, I realized that without the flower of life and the death fruit, it would be impossible to properly cultivate. I recall that there should be some flowers of life in the human demon sea, which is the blood sword sovereign's hometown. However, the death fruit is truly extinct. It has already been 10,000 years since a death fruit has appeared. Many ghost race great emperors have been searching for a death fruit at an astronomical price. If it existed, it would have appeared long ago. What kind of place was the human demon sea?" After Yu Bingyin explained, Xiao Qin learned that the people living there were mostly demon mixed bloods, like the blood sword sovereign or fiendish demon mixed bloods. It was extremely far from the heavenly starry ocean and the Black Sea. After receiving the life and death art from Yu Bingyin, Xiao Qin started pondering it. His expression appeared somewhat depressed. Unexpectedly, the treasure that he had obtained after so much difficulty ended up like this. He was truly somewhat dissatisfied. "Xiao Qin, I can help you find the death fruit." Just at this moment, Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, seemed to have made up her mind. "You have the death fruit? It is not me who has it. Back then, the Thunder King killed a ghost race great emperor. There was a death fruit among the spoils of war. When you cultivate to peak great perfection, the blue-robed emperor, I will bring you to the place where the Thunder King's inheritance is." Xiao Qin rejoiced in his heart. He had found the death fruit that Yu Bingyin said was extinct. In that case, all he had to do was go to the human demon sea and obtain the flower of life. Then he could still cultivate the life and death art. There was still hope. Don't be too happy yet. The human demon sea is not as simple as you think. It is hard to say whether you can obtain the flower of life or not. Ao Jiao said somewhat worriedly. "What's wrong? You've been to the human demon sea before?" "What nonsense! The Thunder King's inheritance is in the human demon sea. How could I not have been there before?" Xiao Qin's heart wavered slightly. Ao Jiao had always been unwilling to go and obtain the Thunder King's inheritance. Aside from some special reason, could it be that the Thunder King's inheritance was in the human demon sea? Seeing that Ao Jiao was unwilling to say more, Xiao Qin did not pursue the matter. In the remaining few days, Xiao Qin studied the life and death art. Under the pressure of the gravity, his movement technique improved again. He felt that he could already leap out of the deep abyss, so he planned to bring Yu Bingyin away. "Let's go." Xiao Qin woke up Yu Bingyin, who was still cultivating, and explained his intentions. A look of reluctance flashed in Yu Bingyun's eyes. At the same time, she said apologetically, "It seems like I still need some time to adapt before I can go out." "There is no need to go through so much trouble. I'll bring you out directly." Before Yu Bingyin understood what Xiao Qin meant, Xiao Qin hugged her tightly. Then they broke through the restrictions of the 100-fold gravity and soared into the air, heading for the top of the deep abyss. Suddenly, Yu Bingyin cried out softly in Xiao Qin's embrace. In her fluster, she instinctively wanted to struggle free. Xiao Qin did not say anything. He only hugged her tightly, not letting her struggle free. Xiao Qin had to adapt to his physical body for 1.5 months. After cultivating bitterly, He finally had the confidence to go up after much difficulty. If he waited for Yu Bingyin to go up on her own, she would have to spend at least 1 month. Clearly, this was unacceptable to Xiao Qin. Don't move. We're going up soon. After the initial struggle, Yu Bingyin blushed slightly. She felt that her emotions were somewhat strange, so she tried to hide it and smiled. Fortunately, you did not carry me up this time. This was a mockery of how Xiao Qin carried Yu Bingyin away without saying anything in the treasure master's residence. Xiao Qin smiled abashedly. Yu Bingyin was not the aloof, holy daughter. She was not one of those overly traditional and aloof girls. This gave Xiao Qin a favorable impression of her. Jin Liangqi's group of 4, who were still sitting cross-legged above the deep abyss, heard the sonic boom. They all opened their eyes and quickly stood up, prepared to attack. The few of them had endured for a long time and had been prepared for a long time. At this moment, they heard the wind. When they heard the sound of the wind, all of them showed solemn expressions, surging with killing qi. The aura of a consummation blue-robed emperor suddenly spread out. A strong wind howled, and the 4 strong auras merged together to form a formless mountain range, rising and falling indeterminately as it pressed down on the deep abyss. All they had to do was wait for the instant Xiao Qin came out and suppress him with all their might, instantly killing him. All sorts of profound martial techniques quickly brewed in their bodies. Jin Liangqi stared at the pitch-black deep abyss and said coldly, after waiting for 1.5 months, "You are finally here." Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the other 3 old men, cold and emotionless. Aside from this, there was also some excitement, a fiery anticipation for the life and death art. In their opinion, working together to deal with 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors would be a piece of cake. There would not be any pressure. 1 consummation blue-robed emperor could easily suppress 4 or 5 great perfection blue-robed emperors. For consummation blue-robed emperors working together, if they could not take down 2 great perfection blue-robed emperors, it would be a joke. The wind howled, and the sound of the sonic boom grew increasingly piercing and sharper, making everyone tremble slightly. The 4's hearts pounded intensely as they stared at the deep abyss's entrance, not daring to relax for even a moment. The formless mountain range in the sky above the deep abyss layered over each other, inspiring a terrifying pressure. 1, 2, 3, 4. As the sound grew closer, the 4 started counting in their hearts. In less than 10 breaths of time, that white-robed bladesman would leave this world forever. 9. When the 4 counted to 9, a fiery light appeared at the pitch-black entrance. A white figure seemed to be breaking through the final barrier of the deep abyss. Because the white figure moved too fast, the friction caused purple flames to burn. Jin Liangqi's eyes lit up, and he immediately roared, "Kill him!" Jin Liangqi's voice contained a boundless aura and overwhelming killing intent. The formless mountain range bore the brunt of the attack, pressing down on Xiao Qin, who was about to charge out. In the blink of an eye, the entire space began to shake violently. It was a shocking sight to behold. However, as the 4 expected, the scene of Xiao Qin clashing with the mountain range did not happen. The layers of formless mountains fell into the abyss as if they had missed their target. The 4 of them were shocked, unable to react in time. This was all part of their plan. This was part of their plan. The moment Xiao Qin came out, they would first use the vast aura to ruthlessly crush Xiao Qin's sharpness. Then they would follow up with all sorts of killing moves to crush Xiao Qin. However, right now, the mountain range that was certain to hit actually failed to injure Xiao Qin, falling directly into the deep abyss. In that case, there was only one possibility. The white-robed bladesman was too fast. The instant the white-robed bladesman broke through the deep abyss's barrier, his speed multiplied, and he charged over the instant he fell. These 4 were all consummation consummation blue-robed emperors who had experienced hundreds and thousands of battles. Their thoughts were as quick as lightning. After thinking quickly, they immediately came to such a conclusion. Retreat. The four's expressions changed at the same time, and they pushed off the ground and quickly retreated. You think you can retreat? A cold snort rang out in the air. Then, the white figure carrying a delicate girl charged over. Thunder dragon steps, electric light, shaking the heavens, body like a dragon. Amid the electric light, the horrifying aura of Xiao Chen's 60% comprehended saber, soul, burst out ferociously. Xiao Chen carried Yu Bingyan with his left hand and held his saber with the other. He looked like a powerful killing god as he stepped on boundless electric light, moving as fast as a meteor. Xiao Chen's figure turned illusory. As electric light shot out, he swung his saber with each step. After 12 steps, he swung his saber 12 times. With the will of thunder infused with the 60% comprehended saber soul and the great perfection thunder dragon steps, Xiao Chen was unstoppable. Every time he swung his saber, he would knock back a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen's speed was so fast that it felt like he swung his saber 12 times at the same time. Jin Liangqi and the other 3 each suffered 3 saber strikes. Blood flowed out of their wounds as electric light flashed. Their numbed bodies were in extreme pain. The 4 looked severely injured, but in reality, they were not fatally injured. Xiao Chen's 12 saber strikes focused on speed. They were not as mighty as martial techniques. Xiao Chen did not want to kill these 4 in one go. Instead, he wanted to disrupt the other party's formation and dampen their momentum. The true killing move was yet to come. After Jin Liangqi and the other 3 landed, they roared ferociously and immediately prepared to counterattack. However, Xiao Chen did not give these 4 a chance to make a comeback. If he left any openings, his 1.5 months of bitter cultivation would have been wasted.